Hello? I'm here. Oof. It is cold. Cold today. Let's get started. What is going on today? Let's get started. Yo, 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 yo. I'm almost ready. Hello. Welcome back, Cave. I'm just getting started. Whenever I move my blankets around, I get statically shocked right into my ears because of my damn earbuds. It's worth it. I want to be warm. Yeah, what are you doing today, Cave? That's literally all I've been thinking about. I saw you chatted, what, 20 minutes or actually almost an hour ago before I started streaming. You're like, are you streaming today? I'm like, yeah, I am. We're just getting ready. So I'm just gonna eat some food. Mm-hmm. So we got to do interface stuff today. I started the mini map, and so we're going to continue putting together the interface stuff after I finish snacking here. And We've got some more pixel art or dialogue portraits we got to put together here in the pixel art. But we'll do that later. This is Orc Babe, the spear thrower that I'm trying to put together. Orc Babe, this is the Orc Spear Dragon Rider. Dragon Rider. She's a babe. Gots to have the babes. But not before I eat some cottage cheese with some banana. Actually have a beta? One of the boss fights are 6 months old and really terrible. Well, at least you got it started. So today, I got the mini map started, so you can see it functioning here on the respective sides. But like the positioning is a little bit off, and there's some added things I want to draw to it. So I just have to modify a few things. And then we're going to work on the targeting stuff. I did fix up this where I just made the gauge to show what direction you're targeting to just be instant. Before I had an animation based on the sprite sheet, and I just opted to go for something that was more just instant. And I eventually might do something that it has a little bit more of a animation to it, but I don't think it matters as much. I have been thinking of moving the first node back, like spreading the ground nodes out a little bit more, because there's the scenario of the witch getting, once she gets on the inside, like her anchor point is really far away because she has like a long shot, and when I put up the barricade in front of her, she's technically like at the head of, like at the tree basically, but visually she looks like she's behind the barricade. So it's either I have to do one of two things. I either have to eliminate this thing and only allow for, you know, make sure that nothing actually obscures her range, or I have to make her respond to the barricade being at that position. And honestly, I'm not even sure which way I want to go. I kind of like the idea of spreading the node out. but it would kind of change things up a little bit. But for the mini-map, I need to make it so that the little items, little characters on the mini-map change color. Give them like a specific color that's unique to their character. And then I need to change how the targeted guy looks on the mini-map. And then I want to adjust the placements of the little landmarks on the mini-map, because it's not like measured perfectly like I thought it was. It's still kind of weird. Can you recommend a game? Sure. So we're going to do the mini-map stuff. Then we're going to get the detail boxes working, starting with the portraits to show up on what enemy you have targeted. Or if there's no targeted, then it'll show like just a blank space. And then we need to put in like all the text and the icons as well. So that'll take some time. So that'll be like where we start. And then probably from there, I'll do some pixel art, because I want the dialogue portrait done for the troll. And after that, I mean, if we're doing really good, get all that done, then I might get back on either the splash art or start on the card, programming the cards in. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people are loving Marvel Rivals. Yeah, everyone's playing it. Everyone loves it. It looks like it has a lot of potential for chaos. Like that, Marvel Rivals seems like one of those games that's like perfectly suited towards. It's like it got the multiplayer competition thing built in, so it makes you want to continue playing to get better and better. It makes you want to look online at content to kind of learn how to play a particular build or character the best, right? Build's not really the right term, but like to like how to maximize how to play certain characters, so that you're like doing research online, it's giving content for content creators. And there's a lot of like goofy moments of, you know, different characters interacting with each other. Like, you know, Wolverine getting thrown at like far away, like dudes in the sky, or like I've seen clips of like the shark dudes like hanging out and just being goofy with each other. There's just like a lot of like meme type moments built into the game. So there's a lot of interesting, fun highlights. And so it just kind of like scratches the itch of like all the things that people like about those kind of Rumble games. Battle Royale. And best of all, it has like all the characters we love, you know? So it makes sense. I'm glad it's doing well. Seems like it'll be the shining game of the holiday season, but it does seem like it's starting to eclipse Path of Exile. Seems like people were hyped on Path of Exile, and now everything I see like on content on social media and stuff is all like Marvel Rival stuff. Like, as I've been doing like research, you know, like trying to figure out like what's the best way to make games fun, you know, I came across this talk about what certain players like to do, and they're saying statistically speaking, men tend to play games as you know, boys and men of all ages tend to play games the wrong way. They like to find ways to create chaos. And so that's why we're already seeing all of these clips of like Marvel Rivals like fits it perfectly to allow for chaos. There's like Doctor Strange creating the double portals and then people like looping through on the two portals. There's the hijinks with, of course, the Hulk and the Wolverine throw. There's just like all kinds of meme pranks and weird shit that you can do, and they're like loving finding all those exploits. And since everything is like nothing's nerfed yet, everything's just kind of like over the top power wise, people are just having the most fun right now. I have heard people saying that like people aren't playing enough support characters, which is funny because they're all playing like the overpowered people. So once they start like nerfing characters and like making, you know, creating balance, I'm sure people are going to start like rage quitting and stuff like that. Like I said, I've heard like a lot of shit about Marvel Rivals lately, and it looks like it's really fun. I haven't played it. I'm too busy building my effing game. But I'm like, all the clips I really enjoyed. The art looks really good. Also, everyone's saying it's the Overwatch Slayer, which just isn't true because Overwatch killed Overwatch. Well, the thing is like Marvel games, they always start out hot and heavy. People love Marvel, but it's undoubtedly like novel most of the time. This time though, it actually has potential for like persisting because of the fact that it looks like it's really well thought out. Because I think a lot of times with Marvel games, they tend to be like rushed, you know, they tend to be like the movie games, you know, where it's like they're just putting it out to like capitalize on like a movie coming out or something like that. But this seems like it's really dedicated to being like just a good game. I mean, I think the only other exception that I really know of as of late is like Marvel Snap, but I heard that was like a dude from, weren't you guys telling me that Marvel Snap was created by a dude that used to work at Hearthstone or something? But so I think like that game got a lot of love, but generally every Marvel game that I've played in the past, it's always had like a expiration date, it seems. Like Avengers being like the most kind of recent one where they like literally just shut off the servers. Like they literally killed the game. Avengers. Like you got Jeff in the game. You're maining Wolverine, Punisher, Hulk, and Jeff. I heard that Wolverine was like not the best hero. Like he was like kind of low tier. Is that true? It seems like a lot of people are just like loving the Hulk Wolverine throw, but is that all he has to offer? Is that novel throw, or is he actually like pretty good? Is it because he's like not range and he can't fly? Is that why people are like not, they're anti-movie? Like there's so many comic characters you see that really have done their homework. Yeah, for sure. It's amazing. No, he's good. I think like it sounds like every character is good. You just have to figure out how to like play it. And maybe he can't fly, but he can be thrown, right? It looks like a cool game, man. Makes sense to me why people are digging on it. Wah, 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 wah. All right, let's just start working on this the mini-map stuff. I've got this little punch list of things I want to do. So I want to add a red outline to targeted characters. I want potentially a black outline on all the characters on the mini-map. I want to add a color icon to the database and also add the portrait number off the sprite to the database and hopefully double that for the dialogue. Order it in this same way. So we have to start with the database. We got to add some stuff. We'll add two columns to the database and be able to start moving that forward. So that's going to be on the enemy table. New table, please. We're going to add, they're both going to be integers. So we need, well, actually the color, color might need to be a string. Okay, thanks for cruising in, man. Good to see ya. So let's see. Because when it comes to the color, it looks as though okay, so we can totally do this with integers. All right, we'll do it with an integer for that. So this is going to be Map color, type integer. And then we're going to say portrait for integer. Map color and portrait. All right. I guess we do have to save it as RBG. Son of a bitch. Kind of annoying. Okay. Detail portraits. For the orc, it's a 0 index. So we got orc, troll, dragon, orc, troll, dragon rider, so we got to forget this is 0 indexed. What's up, low key? What's up, booty touch? Why did it do it like that? Oh wait, never mind. That's what girls do to take nice pictures of their booties. That's how it works. It's all a show. Welcome in, man. All right, so we got to do the RPG. $177. 14. $149. 184, 83. One 63, 92, 22. We're about to start a tornado in your room. You have a heater under my desk and cold air from the outside coming into the room. Ah, the makings of a tornado, I see. All right, we got this blue. 61. $147, $199, $199. All right, so that's the portrait, and that is the color for the map. So now we got to add it to the database. First of all, we got to add it to the enemy structure. And the portrait. Being weird. All right, database. It's for Arcana. This is for enemy. Enemy table at the end. And portrait. Got integers here. Beginner's witchcraft. You think you've watched 1,000 hours of coding? I still wouldn't understand it all. Are you talking about what I'm doing right now? Well, currently this is some SQL mixed with some C++ where we are making the SQL call to the SQL database. And I just added the columns I just added to the database to the SQL call. And now, after I've pulled that information in, I've got to use the SQLite 3 class to then take the integer off of the statement, which is the data that is brought in from the SQL call, and I'm converting it into an integer and storing it into a structure. RGB, and then we got portrait. And this way I can easily modify this data per enemy type. So when it comes to here, so I was doing the yellow targeting. So there's the manual target and then there's a yellow target. So I can use that. I can use that on the actual coloring. On the outline. So we've got to set the individual RGB here. So map color. Oh, we didn't store it. Did I just store the data straight up? Or do we got to store the RGB? I suppose we should. Off the structure. The enemy. Let's see. So got to come back to this. And the enemy, we may be adding it to this. Got the enemy. We're just not low. We're not saving the enemy object, which we probably should at this point. Use CPP often, but have never seen a line like it get id. What does that do? Reminds me of a JavaScript. It is. Have you ever used an iterator to iterate through a vector as opposed to a for loop? That's what it looks like when you're getting, like, the iterator is like a pointer and you use the get to like get what the iterator is pointing to. It's not the most efficient. It's one of those things where at the top of the call I should just say like it get, and I should stuff that into a reference and then just use that reference, so I'm not constantly using the get method. But I'm lazy a little bit. This is one of those scenarios though where I probably should switch it because it's for the minimap and it's going to be used constantly. So it could be like, it could actually potentially impact things. So we'll put in a reference, but before we do that, we got to put in the RGB on the ints. Save this information, so it's just ready to go. So I'm using an iterator. This is what an iterator looks like. Yeah, so I use this to create an iterator. And so basically it's like a pointer but it's like built to be pointed at each element of a vector. And this is a vector of shared pointers. And so here, this is the for loop with an iterator. And what we need to do, instead of running the iterator get each time, let's see, what does it return? It returns the stored pointer. So basically what we want to do is create a temporary pointer, like so. I wonder if that would be the way to do it. No suitable user-defined conversion from the vector shared pointer to shared pointer enemy iterator. So then the get no suitable constructor exists to convert from shared pointer enemy shared pointer entity, shared pointer. So it's creating, it wants to return a pointer to the shared pointer, right? A value of shared pointer element, pointer to shared pointer, cannot be used to initialize an entity of type S-atomic element type. S-atomic element type. You should be studying, but here I'm watching someone debug C++ at 1:20 a.m. Welcome in. So this is an iterator. This returns the underlying pointer. And then what was that get? There's like a... do it a bunch of times in parameters, but there's a way to serve up the underlying pointer. What are you saying? I get rid of this? And that's what you want? All right. So it is a pointer to the enemy sprite, no shared pointer. So that's what's serving up the underlying raw pointer of the shared pointer into the enemy type, right? So now we run this get once, we serve up the pointer. Now we have a reference to the pointer. So then I should be able to do this. And this will be just like slightly faster. Instead of running the get constantly, we're just utilizing that one reference. So this is the more efficient way. And since it's in a for loop and it's something that's run like every frame, because it is something we're drawing, I'm gonna do this. This is what I should be doing every time instead of like me using the get or the back on vectors. That's what people keep yelling at me for. What's up, Reform Jinzu? Welcome in. Okay, so I still don't understand why this, oh, that decided to heal itself. Okay, that's what I thought. All right, so on the interface, I believe I have on the draw function, I still commented out that outline. So we're gonna take that and we are going to do the outline. So to do the outline, we want to do the outline before we draw the main thing. Do 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 do. But we only wanted to add we wanted to only add it to those that are targeted. So right now I'm creating, I'm prepping the outline. So I'm drawing like a outline dynamically around the little mini map items. And I'm trying to do it with fill rect because I'm not actually drawing to a texture. We're literally just drawing the pixels straight on. So we just do the fill rect and we set the color to red, and I want to make sure that it's the red in our targeting. So let's open up Dragon. Anybody? One 7-1 12-12. So it'll be the red. So we only want to run this on the targeted items. So this is setting the base color. Which we're going to want to run that after. So we come in and this one says if it's hit. And it goes red. So these are the targeted ones. And I guess instead of coloring the actual character, we're just gonna do color the outline. Oh, okay. So that's the deep, if it gets hit, it goes deep red. If it's auto-targeted, it's yellow. If it's manual target, it's the lighter red. It's gonna come through, run the outline only for those two items. And then afterwards, we're going to use the default color. Well, I guess this is like character color. I guess we do want to do a hit on all the people. So we will do the hit color still. Kind of makes me want to, instead of doing the red, do like an opposite. So like if the character turns red and he's targeted, instead of having a red outline, he would have a yellow outline. Let's switch these two. So if he is an auto target, which means he's yellow, he will have the normal red, but when he's hit, the outline will go yellow. Well, that makes sense. All right, that's enough of that. I just want to listen to the Home Alone motion picture soundtrack, and now it is over. We don't need to go full. You don't have to go full Christmas music all day long. It's over. Sonocron, what's going on? Welcome in. All right, so let's see. So this other scenario that I gotta work out. So this is the adding, this moves it up, adds the extra dot. All right, let's see if this color stuff works. So we'll see if the database parsing is functional, if the colors are being inputted correctly, and if the outline is actually working on the mini map, and see if it even looks okay. The game's going good, my friend. Yeah, currently working on the interface and the mini map stuff. Currently it's building. So basically I'm working on this this little section right here this little section that's like a mini map on top of the description box. There's like little like icons that come across to show where characters are in the lane. And right now I'm trying to colorize them, and then afterwards we're going to be putting in all the information to get the detail box to show up. So it's all interface stuff today. So yeah, so far so good. Let's see what it looks like with some targeting. See if the outline is functional. Okay, the outline is not showing up yet. So we're gonna sort that out. So why would that not show up? But I also want to make sure that the dragon minimap item is showing up. Okay, so the outline does not appear to be showing up on the mini-map. So we need to get that going, but otherwise it looks okay, I think. I think maybe the manual target needs to not be red until it's like on hit. So let's sort that out. It's actually really good. Thank you, man. Thank you. All right, so why aren't you working, Sir Outline? Why aren't you working? We set the color. That's just fine. So then let's look at what's actually going on here. So the thickness, we said 1. Maybe the thickness is not thick enough. Are you like a technical artist in your day job? Yeah. Commercial artist, programmer, the works. I do it all. I went to school for media arts and animation. After I graduated, I started a studio photography business, and then that slowly grew into like a web design business. And then I became a Flash developer and made like Flash games for 10 years. And then after that, I became a full stack developer and just also, you know, off and on doing like videography stuff, you know, video editing, whatnot. So I can do like everything. I've done like print media. I've done books. I've done, you know, websites of all kinds, all shapes and sizes. And graphic design, all kinds of, just like literally all kinds of crap. Like I'm the kind of guy that like, you ask me what program I use in Adobe Suite, I say every program. I've literally learned how to use every program. Oh goodness. We're talking After Effects, Premiere, even Cork back in the day, Photoshop, Illustrator, I mean, Audition, I guess, for simple stuff, but can use the whole Adobe suite, even though I don't even use Adobe anymore. Now I'm using Clip Studio Paint and GIMP. Thank you for the follow, man. Jack, what's going on, man? Thanks for the good vibes. So why is the outline Well, Sonicron, I'm going to be releasing the game on Steam next year. Thanks for the lurk, man. And hopefully it'll make a little bit back. And this is mainly to get... this is like my starter project to get my game studio off the ground so that I can start developing my base like framework and develop and nurture my art style, my design style. And then after I put this game out and figure out all the ins and outs of doing all of that, I'm going to try to do a bigger scope, more marketable game in the future. So this game is like really just to kind of educate me on how to get the whole everything put out, you know, get a full game completed and put out and released. But at the same time, I'm trying to make it as fun as I can, make it a good game, but it's like a smaller scope game so that I don't like spend 10 years doing it. It needs to be like a quick build so I can go through that process quickly. And by quick build, I mean, it's going to be like, it's almost been 10 months. It's already been 10 months. Actually, it's like almost a year at this point. Man, this year's going by so fast. This is like my 12th month, right? So I just spent the entire year like working on it, and I want to get it released next year. So it's probably going to take a good chunk of next year to like really finish up. But that's like a smaller scope game. What's up? How you doing? I do plan for a demo. I'm hoping I can have some demo going in probably by February. The goal is this month, get the Steam page up. And then next will be completely to focus on getting a demo live. So it's all getting it up in bits and pieces. And so yeah, I mean, I'm still working on getting a lot of the marketing materials together. It's why today we're going to be doing a little bit of pixel art. That's going to be like the dialogue portrait. We're going to do the dialogue portrait for the troll today. And then I might actually work on the splash page, the capsule art later. But I'd like to try to make progress on the interface. Just get this coding done. And you looking forward to the demo? Let's go. Yeah, I'm excited to get it live. But of course, there's just a lot of there's still a lot of infrastructure the game needs. Like the deck builder system. We've just done the art, you know, that's what we're like getting there. Like we're going to do the interface first, and then we're going to get the deck builder system built in. And then once the deck builder system's in, then I have to actually like make the cards work. So once you can like get a card, put it in your deck, and then play the card, I actually have to make the card do something. So then we have to work on those animations and that functionality, and all while trying to like develop the game as a whole. But we're getting there. It's fun to like see all the pieces finally coming together. And I've just been taking my time trying to make each piece that I build like be just full on, you know, be good. So naturally every element takes a while to implement, but because I'm like doing both the art and the coding, so you know. See, what is the deal? Is it because, see this, when it does the outline rectangle, then it would use the mana label outline distrect. And that would be just the normal, no, that's the XY. Okay, so it was like the full size. That was pretty much unnecessary. The size of the... Is it because I'm not actually specifying the size of the marker yet? I thought I did up here. Here we have the width as 3 and the height. Unless it is a flying... Well, that's the flying unit. It's the width 3, height 1. Otherwise, it is 1, 3. And we come down We set it here. The only difference is I'm using the STL render fill rect as opposed to the texture draw. And this is not the outline rectangle. This is the actual marker. So that's the problem. Okay. So now that should show up. I was also seeing this. So that was the character's color. If he's hit, then he turns red and then comes back here. I was going to say if he's auto-targeted, then he gets the color per his outline. And then we do the thing. Okay, so that fills rect. That does the fill rect. See, that's based on the outline. So we always need to come back to this, except for that scenario. So that'll be fill rect, and then it'll put the character on top of it. And then that will make it look normal. All right, so let's see what this looks like. So I'm getting the coloring of the mini map worked out, and I'm going to spend a little more time trying to figure out the proper, the landmarks, getting them to like show up appropriately. And I'm even considering kind of moving some stuff around on the map. Like I want to move the nodes around because I have to come up with a solution, because like right now the Stormcaster has this really long range, and when she's shooting lightning from like really far away, she's like, when she's posted up on the tree, she's like really far from the tree. But when like a barricade comes up in front of her, she's still shooting the tree. So she's like shooting through the barricade. And I either have to move the nodes so that like her range fits within it, or I have to make it so that when the barricade comes up, she either gets pushed back or she does like a short range attack. I'm not totally sure yet. Go Sagan, what's going on? All right, there's the outline. What is going on, my friend? How was stream? So right now I'm working on the mini map of the game, and I just added the little outline to the character on the mini map. And I think I want to make it so it's not like a fully square outline. I want it so that it's a little bit different. You made a sprite? Let's go. Did you want to post a link to your sprite or something? Let me know. I can give you a permit. You can post if you want to post a picture. But you gotta let me know so that I can give you the permit. Otherwise, the automod will not allow it. Well, here, I'll give you a permit. But if it takes you longer to, because you have like 60 seconds to post a link, if it takes you longer, I can give it to you again. Oh, there we go. Let's go. Ready to go. Nice. And let me post this. And here I can grab this too. Take a look at it. Nice, man. It looks like a sandcastle with like crab-like capabilities. Oh, my eyeballs. It looks sick, man. I like the stained glass like flower in the middle. That looks really cool. For the fan game, dude, that's awesome. Thank you for sharing. I guess it does fully look okay. I was thinking for this, I need to. Or were you use Sprite, right? And for the fan game, can you explain a little more? I don't recall the fan game. What is this fan game concept? I don't know if I want to do it like that. I was thinking on this one, on the little guys, it might look better if I do that. I mean, the outline's good, but it's kind of, I don't know. I don't know if I want to do like something different for the target. Like what if I did like just like a arrow or something? You're like, that's your target. Oh, you use GIMP because it's what you know best. That's interesting. I know a lot of people struggle with GIMP. I use GIMP occasionally on my laptop. It is a little bit like weird, but it does what it does fine, you know. Fan game is called Pokemon Infinite Fusion. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, it looks good, man. Your pixel art's got a vibe. It's got like a polish to it. In the outline, it's just because it's such a small space that the outline kind of takes up too much space. I prefer it to be like the little characters here. I could instead do like an actual graphic. So like, say instead of an arrow, I could do something like a actual crosshairs. K-Hadao, what's going on? Hi, just found your channel. Great stuff. Thank you, Ben. Welcome in. Welcome in. Trying to figure out what I want to do for this mini map. Maybe a little crosshair. Maybe can I miniaturize it even further? But that might like obscure like other people. The other solution is instead to just do something like what I was doing initially, which was just whenever they're targeted, they just get colored red.
Come on.
Thanks for the follow, man. It certainly is tighter to just do the red. But the problem is it gets confusing when like for the troll, I have him as yellow. So I have to come up with like an alternate color for... Man, I guess I could alternatively... Maybe I'm just not used to it yet, and the red is the best. What the hell is this? I need to look at the troll. Why was he looking like that? I don't know. That's weird. I don't know why I'm seeing like red like this. What the hell is this? Is that the other character selected behind him? Is that the witch? Maybe it's the caster. You are a problem, aren't you? Is it when you die? When you're outlined? Yeah, I don't know. Weird. I think I'm going to keep that outline red, but I'm about ready to move on to something. So let's see. I want to change this back. So the auto target will be yellow. And keep this deep red. Deep rad, sure. Let's try that. Okay, so what else did I wanted to do? So like the actual landmarks don't line up. And God, what should I do? We could really spread out the nodes, and then that would solve the issue of the range of the other lady. I was feeling like the inside node was a little cheap with the trap. And it does feel like a tight fit. So it might be nice to space things out just so things are kind of like a little bit more resolved. So I think I'm going to move, we'll space out the nodes, and we have to do that first before we make the final adjustment to the markers on the mini map. So where's the auto target? All right, I'm for that. Okay, so let's actually, we're gonna like space out the nodes, and let's see, node wise. Some of this stuff is actually like hard-coded, so it's gonna be a bit of a pain in the ass, but I think I can move the nodes out so that I just want to see the witch come in. Poseidon! Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? Currently waiting for the little witch lady to come in. She is the whole reason why I need to move the nodes around. So I'm thinking we could put the nodes like fully on the outside. How was your stream, Poseidon? How was it? Okay, so let's see. When she's on the inside of the barricade, that's when she's full range. That's pretty much like, if that's the full distance though. So we need to do 2 screenshots. One like this. Paste it, and one like this on a new layer. Paste it. Okay, close this, close this. We need to analyze this. So This is the whole reason I want to spread the nodes out a little bit. And if we do spread the nodes out, then it's like we would eliminate this middle node. So it makes the inside a little bit more vulnerable, but it definitely means you lean heavier on the 3 nodes up on the tree. And that would mean it was solid. Had another dev come in and help me with my battle scene changer doohickey. Works like a charm. Well, we love it when the doohickeys work out. I'm gonna give you a follow. I'd love to catch your dev sometime. Like battle scene changer doohickey, huh? Tell me more. Tell me more. And if you need to raid and run, I understand. But yeah, I'm curious. What the hell is a doohickey in? It could be anything. It could be anything. The doohickeys. Let's see. So if we do that, and we did this, oh no, we did that range. Oh, I see Jack is losing his mind. Nothing so new, nothing to worry about. If I put it all the way out here, let's see, this is like so far. Oh my God. Imagine the nodes were this far apart. This node would be gone. This node would be gone. Obviously, I can't do this one because this is like the edge of the map, and that would be ridiculous because then like you just wouldn't see what's happening. So that's out. I could, if I still want to make it 3 nodes on the base, then I could include this. I honestly like the idea of like a broader thing, but I wouldn't want to go further than this. So what's this? We should split the difference. If we're gonna do something like this. They get the bulbs. I see the bulbs in your name there, sir. It's literally a box collider with a simple script. You were overcomplicating. Work on it for 2 days, looking at tutorials. Took him all of 15 minutes to figure out for me. Well, don't forget to, you know, let yourself struggle sometimes. That's how you learn. Like everything I'm doing for this game, everything's like this micro struggle. And I'm here for it. Shit. will not stand, man. I think the compromise is not having her have such a wide range. I mean, I could expand, like do the compromise, right? So like broaden the nodes a little bit, because I have felt like they were a little cramped because these characters are getting big. The other option would be to like leave a space on the inside and then have like 3 like this. So there's the inside stuff and then your outside. So it's almost like 2 different sections. But I think we did something like that and then made her attack go in a little bit closer. I might not even need to adjust her sprite all that much too. If I did something like this. But again, I'd have to adjust a lot of coordinates. One, two, three, four, five, six. One, two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Kind of like the middle ground. Well, Poseidon, good luck on your dev adventures. I will stop in and see what's up sometime and see what this whole box business is. You know, growing up, one of my favorite games, and it shows how lame I was as a kid. One of my favorite games of all time at that time was a game called Boxel. It's when I was like also super into Tetris, but this game Boxel, all you would do is move boxes around to like fit. You'd have to put the like boxes on the dots, and then they'd like put you in this cramped little like maze, and you'd have to like move the boxes around in a certain order to get the boxes onto the dots. And I fucking loved it. Such a good game. To this day, I like think of it fondly, and to think of how sophisticated games have become, and I'm just like, dude, you don't even need a super complicated game to just have a good time. I'm telling you. Sometimes you just want to push a box. What a dumb name too, Boxel. It's called Boxel. You've never heard of that game? Well, it was on the original Game Boy, black and white. I was like 10 years old, and I was playing, of course, Super Mario Brothers, but also Boxel. It was just like a little puzzle game, you know? Honestly, I'm liking this idea of shifting to a brighter or a broader set. So let's just fucking do it. So like the reason why I didn't originally was because I didn't want to have certain nodes that were off screen. I wanted you to be able to see the initial screen, and you could see all of the nodes where you can place towers. But if we push this, then that means the outside node you'll have to change cameras to see. And honestly, it's probably, I think it might be fine to have to do that, to like manage it. So you don't feel, so like it forces you to actually have to like navigate to deal with certain things. And it keeps you moving, you know, keeps the action up. But you have the mini maps to kind of keep track of things too when you want to just kind of sit back and chill a little bit. So there's a little bit of balance. So why don't we go ahead and implement this change of the nodes and then see how it feels. So this will take a minute. So really we should just document the change in distance here. So we want to move it out 27 pixels. To 7. So there's the draw order function, and then we also got to worry about the build. So if we want to move it 27 times 3 for the outside, it's going to be a shift of 81. $30, 54. 27 times 2 is 54. So 81, 54, and 27. So this is the nodes ground left. This is the 0. So this is going to get a shift from 173, and we're going to document the original placement in case I wish to go back. So it's the outside. So 173 minus 81. That'll be shifted down to 92. Okay, and so then the next one is 231 minus 54. So this was 231 will now be 177. 177. And then we have 289 minus 27 is 68. 268. 289 minus 27, 262. Oh yeah, duh. That's why I use a calculator. I try it in my head. Sometimes I get it right. I'm slow. All right, so that's the ground. Now we have the trunk. Trunk stuff is good. Then we got ground to the right. Ground right. Starting with the first one. This is 451. 451 plus 27. 478. 478. $509 plus 54, 563, 563, and then for the final one here, 567. Five 67, 509, 451. $289, 231. 173. $262. $451 is now $478. 509 is 563. 567. 648. All right, so then in the, is it the draw function, I think, where we do a quadrant math. So well, those outside numbers wouldn't change. The inside, or no? So then that would be the inside. So was 173 moved to 92, but we're going to that midpoint. So then we would say 310 minus 27. What's up, Shader? Welcome in. So we have 310 to 388. That's for node 2, 1, and 0. So 1 is from here's the whole thing. So 310, right? And so then this is 252 to 310. 0 is 194 to negative 100. Wait, that's 0. But that is 194 to negative 100. This is actually 252 to 194. .388 won't change, 310 will, 252 will, and 194 will. So this is going to be minus 27, minus 54, minus 81. Whenever someone uses a real programming language, I always appear like a demon. Yes. Like a demon in the night. All right, so 310 minus 27 gives us... Right now I'm spacing out the nodes a little more. And I have to do all of the necessary maths to make it happen. And we're almost there. We just got to sort out this stuff. I use these numbers to help me through like the coordinate of where enemies and arcana are, how to sort them. Layer-wise, draw order-wise. So these numbers are vital. 194 minus 81. So that's what I'm up to right now. And then once we fix this, then we can like refine the mini map in terms of where it targets everything. All right, so 194 is now Let's see, what do we got? 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay, 194 will change to 113. Replace all. 252. Also 8. 252 will change to 228. All right. 310 will change to 283. Great. All right, so those are adjusted. Now we got to do the right. Okay. No, 392 won't change, but 469 will be plus 27. 527 will be plus 54. And 585 will be plus 81. 27, 54, 81. Film vectors. That's right. People were baffled earlier about my use of the iterator to iterate through for loop. So we're a little bit of iterator action. I ended up using a reference, so I wasn't using the iterator get to get the underlying pointer. You all be proud of me. I used a reference, just a pointer. Technically not a reference. Should it be a reference? Because I didn't null out that pointer. After I do this math, let's revisit that actually. 527 plus 54 equals 581. And then we have 585 plus 81 equals 666. It's time to hit the hay. Poseidon, thank you for lurking, man. I really appreciate it. Also, thank you for the raid. I hope you have a good night. You use them all the time? Yeah, I use the iterator all the time too. Just kind of depends on what I'm doing. No one was hating it. People were just hadn't seen it before. So I was happy to show them some new stuff. There's so much to learn in this wild world. Oh no. This one we have to do manually because there's more 527s out there. 581s for the 527s. Keep it clean, keep it secret, keep it safe. All right, and next 5 or 4, 6. All right, 469, 469, 496. That's not a pain in the ass for my nonsense, for my dyslexia. I don't know what is. All right, so those are the nodes replaced and changed. I don't know if I have to do any detection. Should we look at the quick menu real quick? Let's just quickly visit the mini map where I put in. So here I put in a pointer to the enemy. And the question is, after I'm done using this, it's inside of a for loop. At the end of the for loop, should I null pointer this just to be extra clean? Or do I make this a reference and leave it alone? So it's a quick reference like that. So at the end here, I could be like T enemy equals null pointer, which I think I'll for sure do, but Otherwise, I was like, should I make this a reference instead? So it would be a reference to a pointer, or pointer reference, whatever. We'll just leave it a pointer. We'll do null pointer. Well, I did this with the iterator so that we could just get the underlying thing. Instead of running the get method over and over, we just run it once, and then we use the pointer as our reference point to that. Not technically a reference, but at the end of the for loop, do a null pointer just to be thorough. Technically ref is better, but to be honest, I think in a normal for loop, I'd bet it's going to get optimized anyway. And if you're calling a function and passing it as an argument, constant ref is the best if it fits. But again, if the function ends up getting inlined, then probably doesn't matter again. So in this scenario, it's like, would you do this as a reference? It does seem like the reference would be a faster thing, but like the reference in itself is a pointer and the iterator is a pointer. So it's a matter of like, what sort of pointer flavor are we going for today? And I'm not convinced necessarily that the raw pointer here is smaller or bigger than the reference pointer. Aren't they like going to be the same size? So you're dereferencing it into the pointer. So dereferencing the pointer into the reference. But that means it would be an object, so no longer it would be on a pointer. So then I would have to put dots for everything. So that would be faster, because then that's going to the raw data. And then I wouldn't have to do the null pointer at the end. That's what I was contemplating. Should I be doing reference over the raw pointer? Because if I do this, then this is not having to go through the pointer reference. Using the little pointer arrow, I'm using the direct. So I have the information direct, as opposed to this has to then go through the pointer to then access the original. So this is taking out one step. So this should be faster, right? Using the reference. You mean this is really being anal, honestly, in the case, but you did as well. The point is this is the mini map, and so this is run every frame. So I really would like to be the most efficient as possible. And it really is like pulling teeth at this point, like, or you know, splitting hairs. But I'm okay with that because it's really not a big function here. And I already had the thought that I kind of wanted to do a reference over a pointer anyway. So I appreciate the reminder of the dereference, because that's what was holding me back. So we'll just do it direct, because this cuts out the middleman. We don't have to like be accessing the pointer to get to the original, the underlying information. We just say, give it to me once. And I can also, to further optimize, well, see this right here where I optimize the outline rectangle and the outline thickness. I only do this twice. All the other enemies on the thing don't do it. So I don't need to take that out of the for loop. So that's only happens twice. That's not a big deal. So I'll leave that in. I'm almost done here. It's not a big function. Not a super big. I could have done a search and replace for this too, but whatever. It's a tiny change either way. I would have had to manually like walk through it anyways. So it's whatever. And then take out the null pointer. And there we go. So that's the quickest way here, I think. It's because like we're getting rid of all the pointers at this point. So we want a reference to the original data. So the vectors of a shared pointers, right? So it's a smart pointer. and it's on an iterator. So the iterator is like a pointer itself. And so we're cycling through the iterator pointer. And then, so here we're saying, get the underlying shared object and then dereference, which the underlying object is like the, I'm not sure if that's the right terminology, but the underlying thing is the shared pointer. And then we're dereferencing the shared, the dot get is getting the underlying raw pointer of the shared, the smart pointer. And then we dereference that raw pointer to get the original information, the original enemy sprite. So then bam, there's no more like searching. We do it once. And then here we have the reference directly to the original. And then here we're just saying, all right, now we have access to the original. What's the information? So it really does cut out the middleman. So it's not a lot of like, we cut a lot of steps. Whitechapel! What's going on, man? What's going on, man? Thank you so much for the raid. What's going on? What were you working on today? You're also right. Whenever a ref needs to be passed stored, it ends up being saved as a pointer anyway. Like you say, the only extra thing in the case you get is you're guaranteed that it's not a null pointer unless you initialized a ref with a cast null pointer, which is supposedly an undefined behavior. Oh. Yeah, so basically you can cast the get call. The actual object gets saved as an X value reference, so it could end up being in a register. Oh. Chapel part breaks in! Didn't copy my message. What's going on, man? Lunathur, what's going on? Booyah, hello! Thank you for supporting the Whitechapel business. Nothing and everything. Tried to get everything done, but got just a little of everything instead. That's, I dig that. So I'm currently working on like some coding for the minimap, and I'm also just spacing out some of the nodes. So I'm going to get this building, but I will show you guys some pixel art since you just came from pixel art time. I recently was working on the Dragon Rider. So we've got Orc Babe that I was working on. Here's her like in her true pixel form up here, her little sprite form. And then I was trying to do like, this is when I'm introducing the character. I'm not finished with this yet completely. I think it needs still a little bit more shading, but this is where I got to so far with introducing the Dragon Rider. And I think I still need to edit a few things about it, but that's the Dragon Rider. And then I have, excuse me, we have the Stormcaster, of course. All right, here we go. Let's see what it looks like with the new spaced out nodes. Do we like it? Do we hate it? Does it feel right? I like how it's not as cramped. But yeah, Chapel, if you want to share some art that you are working on, by all means, let me know and I can give you a permit so you can post a link. But if you also need to raid and run, I get it. But guys, I'm building a tower defense game here, and currently I'm implementing the interface. So I've been working on the mini map. Yeah. Whitechapel, let me know when you have that ready, and I'll give you the permit so you can post that link. Chapel party breaks in. Let's go. Anahan Shard, welcome in. Show us what you got. Dude, you're perfect. Thank you for showing up, man, and for supporting Whitechapel. He's an awesome pixel artist. He's going to share some of his art. He's really top notch, top business. But so yeah, I'm working on the interface. Right today I was working on implementing the minimap here, and right now I was just spacing out the nodes, and we still need to make the which her node spacing to be a little bit further ahead. This is why we space it out. She could still be pushed in deeper. Because she's still like a little bit on the outside of the node. So we'll correct that next. So she basically, we're gonna have to change the art a little bit. So she's gonna have a little bit tighter range. So we'll work on that. But yeah, I've been working on these like portraits for like the introduction of the character. And I got one for the orc. And this will be like the new enemy. It'll come in and be like new enemy. And then they'll come in and like show, like they'll say like a quote. All right, Chapel. There you go. Let's see your artax. What have you got? Oh, this is sick. Damn, your animations are so sick. It's good vibes. Guys, check it out. It's a little GIF. Let's see. Do I have... Sorry, I have it right there. Check it out. Pretty sick. I like the decay. It looks like a savage attack. Obviously a work in progress with the blue tentacle part, but coming along, man. Painstaking, awesome animation. Let's go. Yeah, it's super dope. Thank you for sharing. That's epic, man. It's very top notch. Really appreciate the raid, man. I'll do my best to take care of your crew. Yeah, I mean, I'm just making my game in C++ and SDL2, and I'm doing all the pixel art. And yeah, so we're just working on the interface today. And then I'll be doing a little bit more pixel art for the dialogue, another dialogue alert. And then after that, I might work on some actual digital art, the capsule art some more. There's a difference if you create one object in the stack and create two references in the same context, then address of that object will be the same in both the refs. In that case, the reference acts like aliases. Yeah, like that's why I wanted to use the alias. I think the reference as an alias, I think, is the most efficient, especially because it's drilling down to the information on the minimap. Yeah, I'm still, we're mulling over this right here, this reference here. C++ Artisano, what's going on, Saber? Welcome in, man. If you created two pointers instead and took their addresses, the pointer objects, then the address in the container, then those two pointers each have their own separate address. Yeah, Chapel is epic, man. There's a section after the decay where it transforms into how the environment looks like 1 bit. Nice. Firework on the side too. Nice. Your art is epic, man. An inspiration to us all. You're bringing the plague to us all. And we love it. We swim in the plague. That doesn't change. Would that change? All right, let's actually... We got to edit a few things. So first off, let's just edit the node position of the Stormcaster, and then we'll adjust the Stormcaster sprite so that her lightning attack doesn't visually go as far as it does. So we're gonna actually end up shrinking her stuff too. So we have the trunk offset and the node offset is 75, and So if we grab her, we need to grab, let's grab a current. Let's grab her up. We'll wait for the caster to come on. So another thing we're going to be, after we fix the node caster and her positioning, I'm going to be editing the positions of the landmarks on the minimap. And then we're going to add the little information for the targets where the little portraits are, so they change to the current character you're targeting in these little side boxes, because currently they're just static. And we're getting there. We're just doing little bits by bits. You meant my thing? You didn't look at anything else on mobile? Pointers that bring some memories of mine with C? We're all about the memories here. We love a nice nostalgia. All right, here she comes. All right, so I want to see this little lady. I want to see her distance. I want to see how much distance I need to take away from her from the end of the node. All right, so let's get it back into a size I can take a screenshot and get ready. Oh shit, that happened so fast. Oh my God, can I not select? It's like her... Whoa. What happened to the positioning? All right, there's an additional adjustment that needs to be made for the resizing of the nodes. There's a place where I missed. Because this part, it's working fine here, but I guess when I resize it, it gets messed up. Because the new node placements. So we got to make sure and set this all up at the right thing. So let's get some weapons up so we can start taking care of some of this riffraff. All right, here she comes. Here she comes. She's just so slow. But I need to see her in comparison to this node. Oh, we need to fix that outline a little bit. Let's upgrade this twice. All right. Okay. Shoot it. All right. We got what we needed. All right, so she's just a little bit far. I need to position her in front of the node. All right, so she needs to move over 31 pixels. $31 it is. So we'll start by reducing it here on the node offset. Visually confirm. And then we need to adjust the sprite, of course, but I think I also want to deal with that resize issue. All right, here she comes. See how well she fits. Her attack's gonna go like off the screen or off the edge of the barricade, but so we'll make that adjustment. But we just want to see how well she fits behind the barricade here. All right, that works. So then we just have to move her attack up a little bit. Okay, so let's see what the resize issue is. So when I have it at normal size and I make a selection, it seems fine, and we resize it down and it gets messed up. Seems like everything gets messed up. So that's really strange. It's weird that it only seemed to only happen when I changed the node positions. So I have a function that's, I think it's, is it on level? Where we adjust to the screen. Is it on the core? I think it's on the core actually. Adjust to screen size. Did I also need to adjust the sprite position? So let's look at the build. I think there might have just been Do do. What is your deal? Oh, on the toggle menu. Toggle menu's not adjusted. We know it is. It is. That one's adjusted. Oh, actually, this did get adjusted because I did move up the entire map. So this is the old way. 1051. Pointers are a source of many errors for sure. Yeah, yeah. 76. So how many pixels did I change it? I'd actually have that information on the original file here. Interface file. Just doing some cleanup. So literally all of these numbers are going to get updated. I recently moved everything, moved the entire game, like adjusted it slightly so that you could, the nodes were on like a higher level, so there's more space for the interface on the bottom, and the interface wasn't blocking like the nodes and the action. So I need to measure the adjustment that I made for that. So this was like the old position, and then, oh no, this is the new position. This is the old position. So if we take an anchor point here, let's use this. All right, so that's the adjustment. So that equals, it's 19. So that's 1032. The X wouldn't change. 1032. So then 10, 20. Equal that. E6 minus 19. That's going to equal 976 and 952, 52 minus 19. Thank you for the hydrates, Admirin. Change. All right, that should fix our stuff. That was the issue before. Let's build it, see what happens. If there's anything else I need to change? Might be the only thing. That thing I recommend to you also assumes that the get call won't ever return a null pointer. I mean, in a vector, I think that's a safe assumption. I make it all the time. If you wanted to be mega crazy about it, you could make a lambda that returns an empty sprite reference as a ref, calls the get and asserts that it's not a null pointer. Then you get a null pointer check in debug builds. But who gives an F? Well, I could do the assert, or I could just check if it's a null pointer. And if it is, I could just continue for whatever reason. I don't think that scenario would ever happen, but I could put in a null pointer check. It never hurts to do that sort of thing. All right, so that looks good. That looks good. Resize. The resize is not working. So the repositioning, am I fixing that change? higher up. So we need to figure out why that's happening. Would that go into the zoom offset? Well, the zoom offset, I think I would have already handled that. Maybe not though. So if I moved it up 19, so then 822, this might need to be 803 now. For universal change. How much places do I have 822? It's the opposite though. So what I got wrong about it? So that stays 822. What are we, Rust developers? We care about our performance. Yeah, we do. I do care about my performance. The only reason I don't want to use assert is because, like, if you assert something and it fails, doesn't it shut your program down? I could be wrong about that. Does assert just do what a... Like, I'm going to just put in a null pointer check with a continue. So if it's is a null pointer, it'll just skip it. So the assert would just shut the program down and not necessarily tell you why, but it would prevent things from getting catastrophically destroyed. I like it when my program can just keep limping along if something breaks down. Because I do... Like, each time I'm accessing the enemy, for the most part, I'm doing null checks, like, everywhere. But the minimap is, like, the first place I didn't. And it's a pretty safe place, but generally speaking, it's not. You want to make sure. So that was with the zoom offset. With an additional, so 822 plus 54 plus 19. So 895 plus 175. don't think that would change. Sorry, I'm in deep thought here. Arya, thank you for the hydrate. Oh, I'm out. So it is just for checks of assumptions. They should never be hit. Usually they're enabled only in debug and development release builds. I currently don't have any asserts. They're too dangerous. They're like try and catches. Thank you, Arya. What you doing, Rian, today? This month, no WFH because of a new office getting set up, so I won't be much around during the streams. Oh, well, thank you for stopping by. Hope you're living life to the fullest. So when we add that 19 for that adjustment change, why is this stuff being added outside of that? Yeah, the adjustment should be on the Y. Adjustment X. Yeah, we need to use the res adjustment. WFH is work from home. Oh. Sorry, I'm a dumbass. Doesn't seem like the X adjustment or the Y adjustment are working for this. So why was I doing it like this? Doing these outside of the adjustment X. Yeah, the UI is coming along, Arya. It's slowly coming together. The minimap is starting to function well, and I got the direction gauge working more or less. And I'm gonna get the detail box functioning too, but right now I'm working on the mouse selection, the adjustment, so that the mouse selection works for the different sizes, different resolution sizes. And I recently repositioned the game, and I also repositioned the nodes, so it's like everything's thrown off. And I'm looking at how I did it before, and I'm like, how was I applying like a static number outside of the resolution adjustment? So R adjust Y. So when we want to bring it in, so we want to say the adjusted mouse, we feed in the actual mouse X and mouse Y. And it comes in, and we've got the base. So that gives us our adjustments. So the X plus adjustment X is direction 0. I'm saying so the starting is 480, so it'd be 960 divided by 480 would equal double. Guess it would be across the board the same. So then why would that be an adjustment though? Oh, I see, I see. So I wouldn't need that adjustment. This would need to come in for the adjustment. Y like this. get rid of this. You'd want it. Side. One. What's up, Kuju? Trying to fumble through this. It's like a mouse adjustment function I'm built. And like you say, it's a choice. If you want to throw instead, you can do that. And on top of that, you can test if your debug. All right, let's put in this null check before I forget. Mini map. So here I will say I guess we gotta do 2 checks here. If T enemy equals null pointer, then we will continue. Oh, shit. I guess I gotta do it on the it. Wow, so I guess the adjustment does need to come outside of... Fuck yeah, mad respect. Let's go, Wilted. Welcome in, man. So, I apparently need this adjustment. Like I had it before. But it would... At that point, you would expect it to have an adjustment. I built this thing a while ago, this function. So making this recent adjustment, I'm like kind of lost track of what I was doing. So I added 19 pixels to it. This is factoring in, I'm guessing the mouse is completely related to the window and not to the original source. But then when it gets sized, it's like, do I need to do an adjustment to the Y? So I'm going to make some messy logs here. Get the facts. Now you feel bad. I didn't want to make you add a null point check somewhere where I think you can assume you won't get a null pointer. If I saw something that bothers me, I'd say something. I only said something because you asked this time. This language discussion stuff is a bit distracting. It's all good, man. There's been a number of times when my code will break down and it all boiled down to me not putting a null check. So it's one of those things that I just prefer to have the safeguard. Because the enemies are being added and removed all the time, you know? So like stuff might get interrupted somehow. I mean, I'm not like doing multi-threading or anything, but... Okay, so let's open this up. You guys can kind of see it. That should be good enough. All right, so this over here. All right, so all right, so one thing I think that is not getting factored correctly is I recently put in an adjustment so that the game itself will center itself inside the window. And that placement, that centering in the window is not being factored into this adjustment. And so that's one of the reasons why things are off. There might be additional reasons beyond that, but we'll fix that first. Okay. I forgot. We made multiple changes, so we're reaping the consequences of our multiple changes. We have to fix many things to bring it all back together. So we have to add a screen adjustment, and let's see, what's the screen? Do we have access to the screen? It should be just the screen dist. So we're gonna have to add the screen dist to the Y. All right, let's see where that gets us. Add that screen adjustment. Yeah, shader, like, it's happened a number of times. We always put in those, you always should be checking for null pointers and just prepare for all scenarios, even if you think you're like locked in, because later down the road, you might change something and you might be like suddenly feeding a function a null pointer for like 2 seconds, you know, and it's enough to break everything. So when you have an object, a class, a sprite, whatever, something you've instantiated that you might eventually remove, anytime you try to access that thing or reference that thing, whatever, you should always be null checking. So your program can at least adapt if things go bad. As I like to put it, as long as it can hobble, as long as it can keep limping along, then I'm happy. All right, my adjustment not working yet. I did not factor this. I need to subtract it, not add it. And I also need to add into this check the screen adjust. All right, Rian, gotta dip and get some rest. Thank you for the stream. Whitechapel, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for hanging out, man. And go rest well. Best of luck with your dev tonight. Thank you, man. It'll be a good night. We're gonna get some good shit done. I'm gonna get some good progress done on this interface. I'm a little waylaid here by the screen adjustment function, but this is things we must sort out if we expect to succeed in this realm. I consider this a completion error. When I had decided to start centering the game in the middle of the window, I should have thought then to make the adjustment to the mouse coordinate detection, but We're doing it now. All right, here I think maybe the adjustment, the 19 adjustment was not needed. That's where I thought maybe I didn't need that. Because only the screen changed. Then why was I think the X was still getting messed up a little bit. Definitely reasonable approach. A game is a big and changing code base after all. Yeah. I mean, there is potential for things to get like weird and buggy when you build this way, but it's part of what brings it to life, you know? Does seem like we do need the 19. Okay, so I guess I was wrong about that. What's up, Coder? I'm using SDL2 in C++. So let me see. I need to add the go to the Arcanas. We'll add in the detection boxes so I can see what the hell's going on. And I need to go to the bathroom in a second here. Okay, we want detection boxes for this. That should be good enough. And I need to assess what is going wrong with this. I feel like the Y or the X is more correct. It's the X. All right, as this builds, I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. We continue testing this. Get this done soon. Let's test this shit. Oh, I guess I should put that detection on. Well, I suppose I could just use it like this. Just add in a barricade. So far, that looks pretty good. All right, yeah. That works good. That's slightly off. Yeah, I got to adjust the distance on the lightning attack next. But, so the adjustment right there should be 0. If I do this similar, to this, let's see. What's up, illegal? Portree's really getting put through it today. That's right. Every day. Making good progress, though. Right now I'm just calibrating the screen adjustment so that the mouse... The thing about building games is like, when you're making your own app, you have to make it work on all screen sizes, basically. And when it's pixel art, it's even more restricted. There's only certain screen sizes that it can actually look good in. Unless you add like a lot of bleed, which I think I need to actually, so that I can like make the game work on like odd resolutions. But I think I got this backwards.
Come on.
A-Show, thank you so much. Wrong again. Build, you bastard. I'm gonna need a little bit of yogurt here to hopefully boost my critical thinking skills, because I'm lacking focus at the moment. It's one of those moments where I'm juggling too many variables in my head and I need to just start writing stuff down. But the smaller sizes, they seemed okay. But now it's starting to break down. So I have to bring in that ratio. How hard was the transition to C++ from JS? Well, I had done ActionScript 3 in the past, which was an object-oriented language. So having that knowledge helped me immensely. If I was just a JavaScript developer going to C++, I think it would have been a lot more difficult. But it wasn't too bad because since I was used to object-oriented programming, all I was really learning was pointers and memory management. Okay. Bring back the adjustment. Why am I doing the reverse adjustment though? The hell was that? Rian is very experienced. I respect anyone, especially who made Flash games back then. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's cool. I'm a self-taught web dev with JS with 2 years experience. Going to uni for games development with a hard focus on C++. Maths and AI next year. Kind of worried about it. It's one of those things that it just feels hard and mysterious until it isn't. But I know exactly what you're talking about. Like, I was afraid of C++ for a long time. It took me a couple years to lock it down, to be able to like think freely with it. You know, it took me a while to kind of get to a point where I wasn't like doing something, building something, and then getting stopped, you know? Like, I'd be like, I want to build this type of function. And then I would like think about how I would do it in like, you know, JavaScript or ActionScript. I more think about like ActionScript over JavaScript because it's totally different. So I think like in terms of ActionScripts, how I would build something, and then I'll only get to a certain point before I'm like, okay, how the hell do I do this? Like one simple thing in C++, like how do I pass something as a parameter? How do I properly reference something? What the hell is a pointer and how do you properly use it? And why is it so confusing? How do I know like I've safely released memory? And so after a while, you start to like self-impose stricter and stricter ways of coding. Because you know how in JavaScript, like you actually have to put up that flag to like force JavaScript to be more strict in regards to like its linting. Like in C++, you just have to be strict about how you do things because you have a lot of power. You can consume all the memory in the computer if you want. You can just like blow things up if you want. You can literally make it so your like entire computer will crawl trying to play your program, and it's like you got to be careful. As the developer of C++ originally says, he's like, you got to be careful with C++ because it's really powerful, and if you're not careful, it'll blow your leg off. But fundamentally, it's just like all the other languages because they're all pretty much based on C++, you know, in one way or another. You just have more power, so with greater power comes greater responsibility, basically. But when you're in like, say, doing Flash or like JavaScript, you have the browser or, you know, the compiler to just yell at you when you fuck shit up, or they're automatically doing garbage collection. So you're just not as worried about writing bad code, you know? Imagine coding in C++ and not assembly. Imagine. Wasn't it the guy who made SimCity? He actually had to write the entire game in assembly because it was the only way he could make it run efficiently. Was it SimCity or like Roller Coaster Tycoon? I think it was SimCity. True legend. I've never written in assembly. I'm like, C++ is the lowest I've gone, and it's my sweet spot. No one gets it perfect the first time? Yeah, Shader, I agree. It made me the whole thing in assembly, which is absolutely insane. Yes, imagine coding in assembly and not binary. Imagine. There's always one level deeper. Imagine using Minecraft to do assembly to then build SimCity. you actually looked at mixing C++ in assembly lately, and it's getting harder and harder? Hey man, the thing is, if C++ isn't fast enough for you, you can always go to assembly. You have choices. Just depends on how bad you want to suffer. Struggle with assembly? Yeah, I've never tried it. I know not of what it does. Imagine going outside. Imagine playing with an actual ball. What are these things you speak of? The ball I'm playing with right now is the position of the mouse on an ever-changing resolution. That was one of the pains of the asses of making your own game, making a Windows application, is you have to make it work in all resolutions. It's like super liquid. With the one thing that's nice about it is you don't have to worry. I got some chocolate biscottes here from Trader Joe's. You know, you don't have different browsers to give you different behaviors. So you're always building for like one window type, but like it's still a pain in the ass making your game work in all resolutions. Like I'm always thinking like, is this going to work in full screen? Is it going to work in every single size that's available? Crazy shader. I need to stop being lazy and I need to start writing down what this function is doing so I can reconcile what's wrong. Because right now I'm just kind of shifting things around, hoping it'll just work. Too lazy to like fully think about it. I wasn't expecting to get stuck on this, but it's necessary to fix. So I'm loading up on some glucose so I can just sit and focus on it for a minute. Mr. Evil, like, my game is in pixel art. And so the game remains, the assets remain at the original size. They are just perfectly, the pixels themselves are perfectly doubled. That's the only way that it can get bigger. You can't do anything between the doubling, because otherwise it'll start to warp. Because everything is rendered with with no anti-aliasing. It's nearest neighbor, so that every pixel renders sharply at any size that's, you know, preordained. But the window itself is changing to bigger resolutions. So the underlying art is still like this tiny art, but it's being like expanded to look like it's bigger. But the mouse information is changing. So it's like right now I'm like moving on a 300 or 960 by 540 dimension resolution. And so right now, with the adjustment that I made, it's not functioning correctly. So the X adjustment, it did not like. So when I put it back to this adjustment, it gets close, but it's not like perfect. Things are kind of off. So let me pull out my notepad and my pen. And I have to manually think through this. Because I'm just too lazy. All right. Now we've got an entire texture of the level, which is $780 by, let's just call it 1160. Well, here I can pull it up. Let's get the real dimensions here. But it's not perfectly set to that size. All right, so it's 1200, but I only go down as far as 1160. Now, damn it. Now, 1, 2, 3. 40. So the game's screen is 480 by 270. That's what we see on screen. Now the window can be any size that it wants, but it's going to fill everything. So let's just presume the window is like this big, some random thing, but still not so big that it would jump to another size, because that's all that really matters. And so let's do a centering onto X for that center X. And presume it's got to be centered within the screen, so that is 29 there and 20. Nope. Okay, so we got to go one down. 30. 30. All right. Now this random size is 615 by 330. And that is the window. Looks cool. Can we see it again? Sure. It's the intro screen that few have seldom seen. It's going to be like the intro of the levels, like kind of zooming down. But this isn't fully it. I was going to put some mountainy stuff in the background. Then it comes down into the level. And then that's the level. Okay, so we have to assess... $890 minus 54. Huh? 836. Oh, derp. That's a side head. We need to do a center. We need a center one. Very dreamy, love it. Thank you. All right, so... One, two, three, four, five. That is 30. This should be 95. All right. So then the camera adjustment is 150. You only mentioned SVG because it's what you're familiar with on the web world. Ignore the points. Yeah, I know. SVG, vector stuff's good. Everything I do in this game is PNG though. So yeah, it's a bit of a different animal. I totally used SVG a lot when I was doing JavaScript for sure. How does cache locality affect performance in game loops? And how would you optimize that? So like caching, that's part of, so like ACE, that's part of like how you manage, you have to be managing memory, right? And like what is cache? It's about putting stuff into memory and then keeping it there. It's just a matter of like what you want to bring into memory and what you want to maintain. And unless you explicitly like release memory, it'll be automatically just stay. Yeah, I agree with Shader. Just like start with smart pointers so the memory management kind of handles itself for a time. Okay, so I've got the screen and then I've got the window. And so So $8.95 from the top. Base size X. I'm saying res window size. We'll say we'll compare it to a 960 by 540 scenario. So then I'm gonna say res window width is 480 divided by be 960. So that would equal 0.5. And 270 divided by 540, 0.5. And then I turn around and say 540, or no, I say 960 divided by 480 is 2 for the adjust current res equals 2. Sukulos, what's going on? So then on the, if it's on 0 or 1, it gets an adjustment. Otherwise, it's considered at 0. Meandering Twitch, thinking about taking a nap before work. Welcome in. Yeah, I'm just right now, I'm trying to think through a resolution adjustment function that I have to help track the mouse through different resolution sizes. And so I'm close, but I'm not quite there yet. So this should be moving to the left. This should be 0. Yeah, 0, 1, 0, 895. That's right. So then that would be correct. And this one is it's already a little bit off. So at this point, because I'm kind of stuck, I'm just slowly piecing things together and trying to understand what's happening through the adjustment. So I'm just logging out additional data, and I'm running tests to see the measurements that I'm getting, and then I'm trying to pinpoint where I'm off. And I think it has to do with the percentage adjustments that I'm doing, because I'm trying to, I'm like, what I'm not piecing together is what happens when it does change resolution. I guess when it gets bigger, when it's 960 by 540, like the window starts out at 480 by 270, and that's how many pixels are across the screen. And then when it expands to 960 by 540, that means there's 960 pixels across the screen, but it has to assess as if it's still over the 480. And so I have to do the math for that. So currently this, so if we say this up in the corner, let's actually move it to the edge. So absolute corner, roughly, let's just call that 0, 0. So the X being 0 is correct, the 895 is correct. So that's when it's perfectly at 0, and this is with the window matching the exact resolution 960 by 540. But when I adjust it and the screen starts to center, then it starts to add in that like center, that centering, that little margin into things, and that starts to muck things up. But this is the 960 by 540, and I get this correct measurement. So if I take it down to 480 by 270 and I try to get rid of any margin, then this is roughly at 0. Let's just, I can't get it perfectly up in the corner, but let's just call it that it is up in the corner. And I'm subtracting the Y, the X and the Y of the screen from the mouse, assuming they're on in different places. But in here, they're actually not. So it's like a little bit reversed, which honestly should trigger a resize if that's the case. So this is the base size all at 1, because this is at size. It's at the actual like resolution of the game. So when I bring it back, let's try to bring it back to this size. So that's roughly 960 by 540 again. And so now this one, it's giving me that information again, so that's good. Now when I go up to, I think this is like 1140 or something. Might be 1144. So we're talking this gets into 30 0.33 and 3 times the size. So when we're not factoring in the centering, it does fine. So then let's go back to the tiny screen. So this one, now we have a centered screen. So that's now adding in 135 by 84. And the mouse is also tracking that. It's actually weird that the screen position and the mouse position, I guess it's not that big a deal because they're just not in the same exact position. So, Charlie, thank you for the follow. So now I am, when I'm at the very top, I'm trying to get like 0, 0 in my adjustment. The adjustment looks correct actually for this being at size. So the fact that I'm getting on my adjustment 0 and 895 in that upper left corner is correct. So that looks like it's adjusting correctly. So let's go up to the 960 size. So now this one, I'm up in that corner. So now the adjustment is flawed. So when it goes beyond, so let's see that upper corner. In this scenario is giving me -61 by 852 when it should be 895 and 0. So the X is off by -61 and the Y is off by 43. And the so the X, the screen adjustment should apply to not the post adjustment size, but the pre-adjustment size to the base. I believe. So I'm thinking this would go here. Because that is going to adjust. And this, get rid of that for the Y. In the X position, it would be the same scenario. Where that's getting applied directly to the Y, to the mouse X. And I'm adding that adjustment here because it's being factored in with the adjust. It's kind of its own thing. This is here with the adjustment after. All right, let's test for that. One baby step at a time. Am I trying to get 0, 0 to be at the top left? No, I'm trying to get 0, 8, 9, 5. Regardless of the resolution. So right now, when it gets bigger and the game is centered within the window, it doesn't adjust for that change. And that might not be the only thing it's not factoring in, but it might be the only thing. I don't know. So I have to like first make sure that that is doing okay. So I'm starting with kind of the most basic resolution, which is basically going for that 0, 0, which in this case is the 0, 8, 9, 5. So here, yeah, we gotta change the thing. Okay, so that goes to 0, 8, 8, 9, 5. All right. Go to the small one. Get rid of the margin, more or less. Okay, 895. Now do it with margin. So 0, 895. Now do it with 960 with margin. 0. Zero, 895. All right, bigger. Zero, 895. I think that was it. We just cracked it. So the real test is when we go into the center. All right, that was it. All right. And just like that, we're moving on. Think of how much time I would have saved if I had just sat down and did that from the start. Sometimes you get lazy and you don't want to like actually sit there and like reason out the entire logic that you've put into like look at the exact math of what your function's doing, like actually just do it live. And that told me that the screen X adjustment needed to be applied directly to the X mouse before the adjustment. Everything else was fine. Let's just add a format to this document and save. And let's move back to what we were doing. So goodbye core. Based size comma. So this is the We Solved the Bug song. This is the kind of stuff you debug once, fix, and hope you never have to touch it again. Yeah, true. Not gonna lie, I have no idea how C++ C# game making works outside of game engine scripting. Well, you're watching it happen firsthand. You had not seen the Vector's iterator full name in like 8 years? Look at it. Look at it. You're gonna look at it, boy. That's right. That's the full Monty, baby. Get a good eyeful. STL is functions for drawing images, text, STL on a surface. That's it. Simple and powerful. So let me see. Where are we? All right. What got me on this whole tangent to begin with was the very fact that I was actually I repositioned the nodes. And now I need to put some sort of like quasi relation between what's on the minimap to the landmarks on the minimap to what's actually on the real map. So we need to basically do this, do this. So all of these are a bit off. So we need to put them in new positions. It's the janky way of doing it. I'm all for jank, baby. Like your screen, by the way, but does your neck not hurt looking down the whole time? No, it's pretty raised up. Like, I'm not like shrieking or anything. I'm just looking down. I'm not doing this. Like, I'm looking, this is me like looking straight at full posture. Except I could be a little bit better here. Posture check. But this is like pretty much me looking straight forward. I am looking down a little bit. So how are these so off? This is so jank. I hate it. I did like precise measurements and it doesn't seem to be accurate at all when I initially did it. So I'm like, why me? Why is my math so shit? Yeah, I did write my own sprite animating system for sure. Yeah, I agree. Web dev can lose its luster, but at the same time, it doesn't matter what language you learn. Eventually, it's going to get boring if the projects themselves are boring. Like, I still think you can do interesting things with web design, but for the most part, you're just building like maybe minor animations, and then it's an extra pain in the ass because you're making it liquid and just always having to make compromises to squish everything down. And that's why I'm like, if you're out there making SVG like JavaScript sites, then it's like more power to you. You want to make everything like flexy and squishy, and that way you just feel more freedom to kind of do stuff. But when you have to make animations that work dynamically like that, it just becomes like, when you don't have control over like aspect ratio, then it becomes a nightmare. Everything is boring. I work for money. Yeah, it's true. It can be a little bit boring. Everything gets a little monotonous, even if you love, like game dev too, like everything can be a struggle. Like, think about the stuff I'm working on today. It's not that exciting, but for me, it's like, this stuff's important, you know? So it's like, it doesn't have to be exciting for me to be excited about it. Then you use an index, not an iterator. You cannot use an iterator of a vector in another vector because they are implemented as pointers. No indexes. That's why they get invalidated as the vector resizes. No, I think what gets invalidated as a vector resizes, BGOT, is the actual memory address, but the index of that vector, you know, of an item at a particular vector, like that doesn't change. So if you say you have like two things in a vector, so there's index 0, index 1, and then you add something, then there's now an index 2, and the whole thing may have readjusted to move to like a new like set of memory addresses potentially, but the index 1 is still pointed to the one item. It's just maybe the underlying memory address may have changed, but the index remains the same. If that makes sense, as far as I understand it. I'm not even sure how often it does that. Like, does it do that when you run the shrink on the vector as well? I get you, Ace. Sometimes when count yourself lucky if you feel like you're doing things that are repetitious in your web job. Like, if you're doing stuff that you've done a bunch of times and you don't have to constantly learn like new frameworks that you're not really that inspired about, then take solace in that and take that excess energy and put it towards learning, you know, coding that you want to do. Because if you're constantly having to learn like new frameworks, it can be worse, you know? Sometimes boring can be good if you're trying to leave some like mental space for something more, you know? If you do your passion for work, you have to find a new passion. Yeah, I guess you could think of it like that. I think if you're doing what you love, under somebody else's supervision, then it can become like a real nightmare. So like, say you're doing your favorite thing, like you're doing game dev, you love doing game dev, and maybe, you know, you love like making like 3D models or something, and then you go work for a AAA company and they don't give a shit about you, and they're like they're basically they're paying you as little as possible because they know you want to work there, and they make you work like triple overtime on salary, and you're just like, wow, I fucking hate 3D modeling. But it's like, no, you don't. You like it. You just don't like these work conditions. You don't like working for these people that have like not a lot of consideration for you. That's kind of how I felt once I was like putting myself into this position of like risking it all to be like a game dev. Like I'm trying to make a game that hopefully will sell, and capitalism will decide whether or not I'm worth, if society will hire me to keep making games, if I can convince them that my games are good, you know? And it's not about convincing, it's about whether or not it is good. If they like it, they just like it. And so it's a matter of being able to do that. And it takes a ton of work to do that. But you build your trust with an audience, and hopefully if you can build an audience and you're willing to put in the sweat and the pain and the blood and the tears, you know, then like maybe I can do this on my own terms. So even though I'm working like 12, 16 hours a day, I'm not like making it this like toxic, horrible situation for myself, you know? BG, if you're posting code or links or something, you'll get auto-modded. Just let us know what you're doing, and I might be able to give you a permit if you're trying to do a link, but you got to let me know what you're posting. But if you're trying to post code, then try to find like a roundabout way of writing it without making it look like code, so the auto-mod doesn't get ya. Find your passion. Let's see. What he's talking about is he saw your for loop, and he's probably used to writing it like for const item type item vector object. More like for each. I guess that. I don't know if that's exactly a for each, but. So he's like into the shorthand. I'm not like, I don't do shorthand. I always do everything long form. So like, I tend not to recognize shorthand as much. And that's what I don't like about shorthand, is it's like leaving stuff out. I like things to be guts out. I want to know everything. But you lose access to the index iterator. Iterators allows you to do more stuff, like skip over a bunch of items, seek back, etc. Interesting. Okay. Also, don't forget, if you start using indexes, you're going to lose safety iterator operators. Iterators are really flexible to work with, although when I want to test something quick and dirty, I tend to use the boomer loops and indices. Cadeau, I use both. I personally use... Sometimes I'm using iterators. Sometimes I am using the boomer for loops, as you put it. Yeah, no big deal, BG. No, it's a rite of passage here to get your ass auto-modded. No, like honestly, no one sweats it. No one cares. Well, Shader, I guess I was just trying to, like, I've read that about like vectors in general. Like, what's the difference between a vector and an array? And when you make an array, you have to predefine the amount of indices that you want to set. So it's like you define like an integer array that has 5 indices. And so then it gives you 5 memory addresses. And when you make a vector, it starts out with 0, and you can push into it and it'll slowly expand the array. But as you're adding stuff, it could potentially add different memory, like reshuffle around memory addresses, as far as I understand it. Does it ever take like a pre-existing memory address? Like if your indice 1 is at like, let's say it's at a certain memory address, if you add something new or you shrink vector to size, does one memory address ever change? Does that make sense? You guys do you know whether or not that's the truth? I'm not talking about iterators. I'm talking about just vectors in a vacuum, all on its own. That's what I was talking about. So I'm maybe on a tangent from what you guys are talking about, but I just am, it's one of those things that I'm like, I like to think about these things a little deeper. To be honest, you just use iterators with vectors because the algos use them. Then you use vbegin. Whatever works, man. The shorthand has the null pointer assumption we talked about today hidden deep inside of it too, because it does end up calling get and casting it to a reference. Oh, interesting. Yes, correct. No guarantees it tries to reallocate, and maybe it works. Yeah, you can call .reserve and then it usually should not get reallocated, but like BDGod says, it's implementation dependent, but not guarantees. The way the allocator works for small values is that it always tries to double its last size when it needs to grow in macOS and Windows. As far as I know, it does reallocate to keep the memory contiguous. But the indices don't change, right? So it's like, it may give it a new memory address. The underlying, like, say indice 1 has a new memory address if it's reallocated, but it's still indice 1 of that vector. So using indices in that scenario is fine. Yep, that's why I don't like iterators. Well, iterators are pointers unto themselves, pointers to the pointers, right? Well, depending, pointers into the vector pointer. And then if you're like me, you put smart pointers in the vectors. It's pointer to the pointer to the pointer. Indices don't invalidate. Yeah, right, okay. So that was, anyways, that was the point I was making, which had nothing to do with what you guys are talking about, I guess. But I don't fully follow what you guys are talking about, but it's okay. I'm sure my understanding overall is a functional knowledge, and I'm not worried. Okay, so let's fix this up. So I got my little guide here, which is jank, but I'm just going to go with it. 42. What in the turd? Oh, no wonder. It's 28. The way I love to do it, just feeling it out. Such a waste of time. I should actually be trying to do the math here. Okay, we gotta fix the Stormcaster's cast, and I don't know if I should push the dragon on the minimap back, because right now it's based on the anchor point. What can you do if you're modifying the vector mid-loop? You have to use the full iterator based on the new index? Well, you just repeat the index. Like if you have to erase an index, then you don't iterate to the next index. You just delete the current index and then you look at that same index because it'll be the next, the item that was after will now be the index you just deleted. So it's like if you delete, you say if delete, then you delete. If not delete, then iterate. Okay, we gotta fix that. Yeah. I wonder if I make it the target. We change the minimap to the target real quick. Maybe that'll fix the dragon. Still got coffee. So the nice thing about iterators, you don't have to completely repeat it. So, yeah, okay, so let's build. And I think that's it for that. Then we can get back to the targeting, and then we'll start adding some bust out the fonts and start putting in that text for the details of the enemies, which will definitely make it look cool. We got to add the icons. I also need to put in like a message for an incoming wave as well, which I have like kind of a basic pass on the art. All right, I think it looks relatively decent. The minimap positioning. Okay, so what's next? Yeah, I guess before we fix that other thing up, we gotta make sure that the Stormcaster's electricity stuff is 30 pixels further back. Lightning looks good. Thank you. Gotta move it back 30 pixels. Bro. Damn. Good day, Pac fan. What's going on? Thanks for the hydrate. Mr. Vizol, thank you. I'm shortening the lightning beam. Shit. Oh, I think that's it. Let's go to the purple box. What about you? I'm doing pretty good, man. I'm glad to hear you're doing good. Have you seen the new Google quantum computer Willow? I have not. Pray tell, what's the deal? What's the deal, man? All right. When I outline it, okay, the electricity doesn't have to get changed up, but the glow does need to remain. So I have to, honestly, I'm about to just flatten this damn thing.
Come on.
Mine78, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How long this attack animation took? I don't know. It wasn't too bad. Right at the start. Click it right there. It took some time. I pretty much did it all on stream.
Come on.
Mr. Rizal, thank you for the follow. Alright, so just delete all this. Okay. Now, let's get the hit animation, which we just need to do this. Start from the top. On the hit. Click. No, here. Click. Do it. Lovely. Okay. Now we got to get this guy. Click. Do it. Oh. Weird. So what do I do? Little racy poo. You have to do boring GitHub action stuff for work right now. Paper hands, the stuff in the second monitor keeps me sane. Good on you. Good on you. It is said to that it computes a thing in 5 minutes that the modern faster supercomputers can take 10 to the 25 years. What? Theoretically speaking, of course, computers have not existed for this long yet. That is so cool. Thank you, Amajester. Welcome in. All right, let's clean up the glow on... Well, let's actually check this out. Is there any weird glow issue on this one? And this one seems okay, and this one seems okay. All right. So the question is, do we shrink the sprite? And the answer is, of course, we've got to. So we're going to save, trim. Oh, what a trim. What a mega trim. Is going to change everything. We had to shrink it up. It was too wide. So now what do we got here? All right, so 136 by 250 now. Let's save out the sprite sheet. It already saved 56 frames. That didn't change. Was 676. $31 difference. I think I pushed this back to 75. What have you got, Stormcaster? Are you now the correct size? You gotta wait for her to hobble her old ass out. Next up, we're going to put in the information for the description boxes. We have to put in little text here with picking the correct portrait for the different targets that are on the left and the right. And when there's no target, is it the right distance? Oh, she seems a little far out. So I guess I need to shrink it a little bit there. Come on, you old rag. This will be the real decider. Yeah, so she needs to come in. I like... Yeah, half of 31. 15. Close enough. I think we can bang out the rest of the description box, honestly. And if we could do that and actually get started on the troll, then we will have crushed today. Sadly, the resolution adjustment function took a little longer. That was an unanticipated side quest, but everything's important. Everything must function correctly. We gotta turn off the hitbox here. It's making it ugly. I mean, I could bring it in a tiny bit. 3 to 5 pixels. But let's see how she looks on the trunk. You are capped. All right, next step, we're gonna do this little area. So we're gonna get the portrait selected and the text in with all these little icons. So that's a bunch of little things we gotta do in this tiny little space. Why am I not seeing upgrade? I'm not seeing the upgrade animation. works for that. It's not working for the ground Arcanus.
on.
Fighter, thank you for the follow. Just want to level when I'm loading Arcana. It's called like power mode or something. Yeah, it's called power mode. Get that little animation when you type. There's a couple other ones too. Different ones you can do. Kingdom Hearts, yep. Looking really nice. Are you planning on adding some friendly forces or staying a static defense? Yeah, there's gonna be more arcana, which are like your different defenses and stuff like that, and some of it will be like units basically. But that's actually one of the arcana that are coming up. It's the basically little ent. But it's going to be a little bit harder to animate because it's going to be like a walking dude. So that is coming up. But interface and card system first, and then I'll be getting into those other arcanas. That'll be getting me like ever so closer to the demo. Okay, where are we at? Your Wi-Fi died. Yeah, there's gonna be other units that are on your side that are little like sentries, little dudes that aren't like as fixed, if you will, but like fixed to the ground. But the majority of them are going to be like little towers that like fix to the ground, you know, different powers. But you'll see. In time, you will see. So we got that adjustment done. Now it's time to start putting in. So when the target changes, the public functions toggle set crosshair. That's got to be it. Set crosshair. Yeah, there's also going to be a deck builder element. So you're going to be able to earn cards while you're playing the level, and then you can drop the cards like, you know, like you're playing a deck builder game. I mean, it's not a traditional deck builder game. It's just kind of a deck builder element. And it's basically, you just get like extra powers in the form of a deck. And you're just dealt a hand as you're playing and randomly dealt, and you pick what you want. Ugh. I need to figure out for a second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and I'm gonna figure out what I'm gonna do for this line of code. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna put all this information, transfer this information. But we will go to the bathroom real quick, and we can watch the Stormcaster. Have I played Balatro? I have not, but I've seen clips of it, and it does look cool. I'll be right back. But if there's any like specific ideas that you think would help towards my game, let me know. I'll be right back. Gotta go. I have returned. All right, let's go. Okay, so hydrate. All I've got is water. I was hoping that I could just pass in a copy of the data object. So let's come back to this line and let's take a look at the load wave function where the enemies come to be. Ba-ba-ba-ba-boo. Data enemies, enemy index, get enemy. No, I've never worked with C#, but I have worked with ActionScript 3 and ActionScript 2, but ActionScript 3 most importantly. And if it seems like C#, then it probably is my ActionScript-ness kind of poking through. I've never used C#, so I can't like verify 100%, but considering C# is a higher level of C++, then I'm sure there's some bones here that are similar. So this is what we want. Do I store enemy index? going to be easier to store the index. Almond style versus K and R style, to be precise. What'd you say? You assume from brackets. When I do C++ or other languages, I love my brackets straight. From line, they begin with void something. I see. Almond style. Cajun style. Whatever your flavor, it's all good. You don't care whatsoever as long as it gets done. All right, so I want to have an optional reference in this function. So I believe I'm just going to overload the function. So when you're overloading a function, you have the same function by the same name, but you have a different set of parameters. And so if I just send it the show in the side, then it's going to do this one. And if I put in the reference, which I want to make optional, it'll run this one. Currently there's no difference, but there will be. So now we got an overloaded function. So everywhere where I'm saying false, I'm going to get rid of that. Where it's set to true. That's where we pass it in. And we can add that information to the detail box. Easy as pie. False. No thanks. True. I'm talking to you. False. Get out of here. Double check. Triple check. Quintuple check. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Save. Now let's go load up this overloaded function with some cool shit. And it makes me think, like, why should I replicate this code, right? So I'm going to do something crazy. And I wonder if people would frown upon this if I just set target show side. I just call back to its not overloaded self, so I don't replicate that functionality, and I'm going to add stuff. Yeah, we love C++ here. Gets it done. So let's take a look at the build function here. Direction gauge, X bar, detail portrait right. First test. Gotta go. AI class. Take care, gentlemen. Mr. Fazoli, thank you for hanging out, man. Good luck with your class. Hope it is a enlightening time. It has been a pleasure. So while that builds, we could test that initial stuff. And I think I had some text stuff already in this somewhere. So let's grab it. Copy and slap it down. You know what I should take from? The tooltip. That's got all the it's got the stuff we need. Let's update the text. All right, so let's see. Once we get this in, it should start. Why doesn't it show? Gives me a segmentation fault. At which point do you fail, sir? Did I pass the data incorrectly? What is wrong with the enemy index? Public. It's an integer. You got 2 questions, huh? Let's build this. And let's see, enemy index, set target to true. Oh, I'm using the ID and not the index. So this would equal, let's just do it like that. Not the ID, we need it to be the index, like so, index. Okay. Build it, baby. Do I like nachos? And what dip do I like? Yeah, I do like nachos. And if I was going for a nice situation for nachos, I would do we do some queso fresco. Or let's see. Queso crema. Some creamy queso. Probably some ground beef, some like taco seasoning. Some what'll be gotta make that some jalapenos, and of course some fresh salsa, and some fresh guacamole. And if I was being really crazy, maybe a little sour cream. You probably don't need it with the queso. That would be my guess. What a good set of nachos. But we don't need that. Check. Just play the thing. Okay, the auto-targeting doesn't set it, but we need to set it. So at least the manual targeting is starting to work. Okay, so now we need to get some additional functionality in here. Close that, close that. Close the tooltip. The saw thing's cool. Let's go. There's all kinds of stuff you could do with nachos. You could also throw in some refried bean, black beans, cilantro with red onion and rice if you want to do like a Chipotle sort of thing, or like a, you know, a yellow onion, white onion with, you know, some beef. A lot of people would do cheddar. Guess Chipotle is raising their prices again. The last time they raised their prices, like probably like a year ago, I was already done. I was like, I'm cool. Just stopped going. How do I want to do this? But I do like it tastes good. I just think they've gotten too expensive. I'm over it. I'm over it. So interface, header. I already have. What if I should just open and slam shut these this font on the reg? I might take that off the header. Looks like we're on edge. Son of a bitch. What's up, Coden? Welcome in, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, it's a bit of a coding day. I wanted to get this some art, but I'm just getting this stuff set up for the text, so it's probably not going to be much of an art day. There's a little bit of work on the sprite, on the Stormcaster sprite, but that's about it. Am I a Blizzard Warcraft guy? You just read the book about the company, and it's hard to see strategy game pixel art works and not make the connection. Yeah, I mean, I definitely have a bit of an influence by them. The whole name that I go by, Rian Art, that name Rian came from a character that I created back when I was playing World of Warcraft a long time ago. I had like a 9-month span where I played it all the time, and I created, my favorite character was an orc warlock named Rian. And when I was done, when I got to the arena and I had my arena gear, and I like typed in /played and I saw how much time I had played. I put that number into the calculator if I'd spent those hours working for the, you know, freelance hourly rate I had, and I gasped at the amount of money that I would have made, and sold my account for like $300 to like a Chinese gold farmer, and all of my friends in my guild and stuff were like, yeah, like Rian now just sits in like one zone in like mining like boars or something. Like, that was the death of Rian, but like the name lives on. Yeah, I got a lot of respect for World of Warcraft. I enjoyed it, you know, playing Classic. I started out in EverQuest before that, but then, you know, World of Warcraft's art and style, everything was a bit better. And I also really enjoyed StarCraft 2. And, you know, since then I feel like I've learned a lot about Blizzard. They had a cool... God, what was that first game that they came up with? Was it? Because I think Blizzard, like, there's a few studios that kind of came together before they like became Blizzard, but before they became successful, they had, well, their first success was like this like 2D platformer that I forget what it was called. We recently like raided someone who was playing it. At least I don't know. I probably have my like history not straight, especially now that I'm all tired and stiff. Blackthorn or Rock and Roll Racing? Oh, I've heard of Rock and Roll Racing, but no, it was like. I'm not going to remember it. I'm sorry. Blackthorn and the Lost Vikings. I'm sure you guys are like looking up Blizzard's early stuff. Well, it's interesting to like look back at where like studios got their start, you know. I'm probably thinking of something else. Yeah, I mean, like, it's interesting to see like Blizzard before they got their start. I remember seeing like a retrospective on, I think it was like a Marvel or like a DC like fighting game maybe, or maybe it was a Marvel fighting game. It wasn't Capcom. It was like old school like pixel art game that I think it was done by like the Blizzard team, but it was like the American version of a particular game, and they played like a Japanese, like they had licensed that same game both to a Japanese studio and like an American studio, and that American studio was, I believe, the future Blizzard, and they both made the same game. And it was Macaw 45, the streamer, who played both, and he was comparing the two of like both programming and art wise. And the Japanese one, I think, was like a little bit more refined in terms of like coding, and some of the art I think was like the backgrounds and stuff were better than the American one. But then the American one, I think, had some strengths in regards to like the character animations and stuff like that. It was interesting to see them both like literally be licensed to do their respective ones. Yeah, Justice League Task Force. Yeah, the SNES one. Sunsoft made the Genesis one. Yeah, that was really interesting that they like basically pitted the studios against, like they paid them both to make the same game at the same time. And it was just like weird to see them both crank it out. And it was kind of sad that the American one was like a little bit lacking for sure. But it had its strengths. It had its strengths. But that was like, I think, one of the early productions. And I could be wrong. I don't know if it was Blizzard or not. I'm pretty sure it was. Since I'll make the Genesis one, they mentioned in the book they didn't know someone else was making the game until they saw them at a trade show. That has to be just one of those moments where you're just like, oh shit. It's also really like had to be like so educational for both of them, because they got to see how they both approach the same thing, and were able to be like, well, we could have done it like that. And they probably learned a lot about themselves through that process. So it was like probably a weird thing at first, but then ended up making them like really powerful. You know, the knowledge made them strong. I mean, it makes sense. They became one of the biggest game studios of all time, you know? I think for definitely a time, World of Warcraft is one of the biggest games in the world. Albeit a short while before being crushed by Minecraft and Roblox. What can you do when you have both adults and kids alike playing your game? You can't really compete because, you know, young ass kids can't really play WoW. But everyone can play Minecraft and Roblox. It's a History of Blizzard. Came out a month ago. Still finishing the Doom guy. Might pick that one after. Not that much game dev in the book, mostly about worker politics, but the part people here would probably like is all the canceled games they talk about. New Half-Life documentary is also very interesting. I think I saw a clip of the Half-Life thing. I remember them talking about how like the reason they like the short clip I saw was like them saying the reason they had stalled in not making like a Half-Life 3 for, I mean, I guess they're doing like the virtual reality one, but like they didn't just make like another installment based on the old engine, but because by the time they got around to it, and correct me if I'm wrong, but by the time they got around to like make the version 3, their engine was like already like obsolete. And so they were just like, well, we waited too long, I guess screw it. And then I don't know, that's kind of the impression I got from the clip. I'm like, that's what happens when you wait too long. But the thing is, like, in this day and age, I think back then it was a race to make the most cutting edge game. And now we've maxed out our tech, basically. I mean, stuff will get like progressively better, but it's like at this point, people place a lot of value on like stylized retro looking games that you can have like an older engine, and if it's a fun game, it's all good. Like you don't have to have like super maxed out 3D graphics to be well received. And I think back then it was more like, oh, we gotta take it farther. We gotta take it farther. And now like people are like, oh, who cares? Like it's just gotta be fun. Like that's it. No description. There's a title. We're gonna have durability. We're gonna have speed. We're gonna have the DPS. We will have armor. And the DPS will be determined whether or not it is magic or not. It'll be determined, but we can just use the same DPS for that. And then we load the icons image into the surface. We save it to the icons texture. And then here I was saying the tooltip backgrounds. We do not need the background. So then we free the surface. Is there anything else I needed? Just 1, 2, 3, and 4. Change this order. And HP bar, blah, blah, blah. So a set target. Then we're going to say update target details with the side and the enemy data. And I guess I need to pass in the renderer. SDL renderer. Can't type anymore. Renderer is in. So let's see if we can drop that file. Pretty sure we're good. You're getting your renderer now. Set STL renderer. Here we pass the side, the enemy data, and the renderer. Now we're here. We got our condensed font ready to go. And then we got our different things that we need to load up with stuff. Let's start with the title. One thing at a time. Let me get caught up on our interesting chat that we've got going here. Blizzard was making Warcraft Minecraft and canceled it. Warcraft Minecraft? Oh my god. So then they would have been the biggest studio ever. From what they say in the documentary, it's not only the engine. They felt like there was nothing relevant enough for a 3D installment, and they wanted it to be worth it. That makes sense. I mean, they had built up a lot of love around Half-Life 2, and so that was probably like an immense amount of pressure. And plus, since they had such continuing success, that they probably didn't see like an immediate need to dive in. To be honest, I am someone who thinks Half-Life 2 is super overrated, so never got that. I really enjoyed Half-Life 2. I think it has a lot of good moments. And like the story's pretty well told, and the gameplay is pretty solid. And ultimately, yeah, like I thought it was a good game. I don't think it's overrated. But, you know, obviously to each their own. If you read the Blizzard book, I think it's similar to Valve, where they can never justify working on anything because one thing makes too much money. In Blizzard's case, WoW. In Valve case, Steam. Yeah, like once you make too much money, then you kind of peter out. It's like what happened to George Martin with Game of Thrones. Like he's never going to finish the last book. That's like what the latest news. I heard a pretty convincing theory though that like I think what happened is he just got old and he made too much money and he's over it. And he's like busy just doing other stuff that's more interesting to him at this point. Cause he's like writing for HBO or something. He's doing other stuff. But like, I think when, one theory that I thought was kind of maybe an interesting source of writer's block could have been, was he was planning to basically make the last book very similar to the last season of the show, because he had like approved of the show and stuff. And when he saw that everyone hated it, that he was just like, fuck it. And that makes sense, because maybe that's what he wanted to do. But like, if you really think about it, the way that it ends feels Game of Thrones-ish, but it did feel like they were leading you to believe it was going to go a certain way, and then suddenly they're just like, no, we're doing this, like a impulsive last minute decision by the way the queen decided to do what she did. It was just like, it feels like something he would have wanted to do, because of how like every storyline, it's always been savage. Things have always gone like super crazy. Which is kind of weird that everyone hated it. Price is not going to be in. So title. So we want it to be the I need to add like a display name to pretty sure I don't have like a title. So like I need to put in like a display name for these guys. Unless type kind of covers it. Let's see, for type, what do you... It's all single cased. So we're going to add a new field, and that field is going to be more the decorative name. So this is on the enemy table. Will be seen as title, will be text. Half-Life's success has a lot to do with the timing they came out. That's fair assessment. I mean, that's usually the case, right? Like if Half-Life came out today, it wouldn't be nearly as successful as it was then. For instance, like the Half-Life 2, that is. What's he doing with all his money? That's interesting. Guy's probably on a tropical island with 5 Daenerys lookalikes. Who knows? I think there's a point when like you succeeded and like there's a potential that like after having massive success with something, you ended up at first like really being pumped about like the project and being super passionate about it. And then I can see maybe things getting so massive that some people actually don't like the fame, they don't like the success, the attention, and they just kind of say like, why would I sacrifice my life to go further with this? And like, you know, they're all jaded and just don't, they're just like fuck everybody. I mean, that's a possibility. Like you could become successful like you dreamed to be, and then once you're finally there, come to realize, wow, this actually is not anything. Fuck
Come
this. Like, it's a possibility. I'm just saying. Orc warrior, troll, giant troll, dragon rider, Stormcaster. I kind of want to come up with a better term than caster. Storm sorceress. For now, I'm just going to keep it Stormcaster and think about it. Crowbar Hand, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. What's up, Karani? Hello. Just teasing, he's pretty old. He broke through as an author, 60-plus-year-old. That's pretty epic, though. Like, I don't know. I still think that's great. Thanks for the lurking, man. I mean, I'm an older guy, and I should have been putting out games like, honestly, 15 years ago, 10 years ago, but it just took me a while to have the confidence to do it, which in retrospect is like insane because 10 years of practice up until now would have like made a massive impact on my life, but like in terms of my skills, but like I still was able to cultivate my skills. And I think I'm able to, as an older dude, having spent a long time doing a lot of projects and developing a lot of stuff, that like my learning curve is a lot shorter than it was when I was younger, because my ego would get more in the way. I'd be more subconscious and self-conscious, whatever. And now I'm like able to step back and be like, this is what's bad. This is what I got to fix. And just be humble about it, but also still confident at the same time. So I'm hoping I'm able to get it done right. Not every one of my design ideas is a winning idea. And also not every execution I have of said idea is 100% effective. So sometimes I gotta like take more iterations to pull it off. But where am I at? We added let's hit the database, or we gotta hit the structure and add the title string. Title, and then hit up the database, parse it. So here we have the text. We can add it to here. We don't have a lot of strings coming out of the database. Title, and that's that. A lot of integers. Pull in the title, and then back in the interface. I just feel like to succeed as I mean, if you guys read the game or the Doom guy's bio, then you would have, maybe it was the Doom guy game that I was thinking. The game that I think it was actually. I think I might have just remembered. Before Wolfenstein, even, it was like Captain something, or what did he do? Trying to remember this one specific game. Commander Keen. It was Commander Keen. Commander Keen, Invasion of the Vorticons. Commander Keen. That's what I was trying to remember earlier, but it wasn't WoW. It wasn't the Blizzard guys. It was John Carmack. Before he did Wolfenstein, they created Commander Keen. Yeah, we leave tonight. You got it. Yes. Yeah, like it's interesting to see like the early successes, and the thing about game dev is you basically have to like put out a game that's not necessarily going to be world famous. You know, you got to just put something out to get your shit together. to see what goes into like the entire production of a game. And so doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't have to necessarily be a success. The success is getting that first game out. And then what's going to make you have increased odds of success is to put out a second game out. You know, it's like you can't just put that one game out. You got to put out a game that's going to do maybe okay, maybe not so good, and then keep going. And that's when you start to like find your footing, I think. You basically have to crash and burn if you expect to like, you have to build on like the rubble. You need soil basically. And to create that soil, you need to blow something up. And that's what I'm doing here. I'm creating chaos with this game, and hopefully it's good for my my first solo game, but like it's the foundation. So I'm trying to make it a strong foundation. I'm trying to make it a well-rounded education and be the seed to everything. This is my Commander Keen. The era of game dev is so interesting. It is. Especially now because people, I think, still there's a lot of value in solo devs. Or like, not necessarily solo, but like indie devs. You know, of course, a lot of people are going to be dedicated to like, you know, consoles or service games or multiplayer, like major AAA games, whatever. But I still think there's always going to be like audiences out there, like just groups of audiences that are just down for like a side game for a while, you know? And I think I'm going to be a solo campaign developer that's my path, is I'm going to be making games. It's about a player sitting down and enjoying my game solo. And that's the whole point. It's like me as the developer is like communicating to you as like the solo player, like hopefully a story that's enjoyable and kind of fulfills you without having like it's not like a multiplayer, like has to be the coolest, like talk of the town. It's just like, hopefully you open up the game and you just enjoy what happens. You know, like that's my goal. And I'll always be making solo games for sure. I don't think I'll be making multiplayer games necessarily. We'll see. There might be like multiplayer components in the future for certain things, but it's never going to be like the heart and soul of my game. Because I think once I played this game called Warhawk on PS3, and is this multiplayer game. It's solely multiplayer. Like you need like a lobby of like 20 people. I think it's like 24 people or something to actually pull off a full game. And they shut the servers down after a couple years. They're like, actually, I don't even know how long. It might have been like a decade or something, but they were just like, all right, no more, there's no more money. Cause you know, no one paid into it. They just like stopped supporting the servers, and everyone was like devastated. It was a really fun game, but if you want to do a live game like that, you have to be running servers, and every month you have to be paying for it, and you got to be making sure that there's like people playing the game. But if you make a solo game and it's a good story and just a fun experience, you could sell it for all time. And there's no pressure to have like, you know, any amount of players. Just heard like a car outside. I was hoping it wasn't my computer, and it wasn't. Let me see. Do you know Nasser Romero? Did the only interview with him? No, I don't. I don't know him. What's his deal? So where am I at? So this title. Where? Set target, update title. Wasn't I? All right, so here, update title. Then we can go dot title now. And boom, there's a title. Did I not add? I think I changed the name of this to be detail text. So we got to change that to detail text. And I'm just crawling through this task. We got our text. He's an Egyptian Apple II game programmer who solo built all these games from that era. Kind of like arcade stuff that was unbelievably fast for the time. Nice. What's up, Venomweed? Or just make a server-based game like Minecraft or V Rising or Rust or Scum that people can host. Yeah, true. I guess you can make like, you turn your own computer into like the server, right? Yeah, because I mean, like, I don't know. There's this one, I saw this one clip of this guy who released a game for free on Steam, and it was this multiplayer like shooter game, and he used a bunch of assets that were pre-built, and it was all like 3D, but it was chill. It was like, it was not like super overproduced. It was just one guy. And I think he had at one point like over 300K players playing this game. People really enjoyed it. And like 300K, or it might have even gone up to like 700 or something at some point. And overall, in terms of how much, like he had to pay like 90 a month for the multiplayer servers. He had to pay for like the pre-made assets. And I think in the end, because it was a free game, he like sold stuff inside the game to players, like cosmetic stuff, just dumb stuff that like barely anyone bought. And I think in the end, he only made like anywhere from like $1,500 to $3,000. And I'm like, dude, you should have just like made the game cost like $1 and not make it completely dependent on like having full lobbies all the time. And you would have like made maybe not the full 300K, but you would have made enough to like really develop the game and give it some like staying power. But he just kind of like hammed out on the game, and it just wasn't that profitable. And he's like, there's no point in doing like free games. And I'm like, I don't personally, I don't like that approach where you're just like trying to basically beg people to get into your lobby to keep it like relevant. Dravested, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. It's just not my like cup of tea. There's nothing wrong with doing multiplayer games. It's like a strategy that I would just like, I would fear greatly, basically. Would not, wouldn't see myself necessarily doing well with it unless there was a lot of like, you know, special strategies put into it. If I did do a game like that though, it would be like Warhawk for sure. What gets interesting is he gets a job by Square and solo programs the first 3 Final Fantasy games and Secret of Mana with the Japanese team he can't speak to. Oh, that's crazy. It's just an alternate. Oh, Steam has its own free lobbies, if I'm not wrong. Oh, I have heard that, yeah, you can like host on Steam now. Like you can host games. Yeah, I've heard of that actually. Am I talking about Crab Game? No, I don't think so. I'm guessing the Crab Game is literally that multiplayer game where people were crabs and running around and like shooting each other as crabs. I forget what this one was called, but it was like surprisingly successful for having only made like $1,500. Like 300,000 players worldwide, and you didn't know how to monetize on that. and like just stopped making games, even though that many people thought your game was fun. It's like you could have done something with that, you know? It's just kind of sad. Steam Remote Play. Yes, that's it. Is a great way to add online co-op to games. You just need to make couch co-op available in your game, and when setting up your game on Steam, it's as easy as checking a box to allow remote play. That's awesome. Yeah. Hi, hope you are well today. Thank you. I'm currently working on trying to add some text to this little information box in the lower left and lower right corner here for these enemies. When I start targeting them, I have at least I have the portrait shows up when there's a target, but that's all I have so far. So you can like click on the different characters and see their little portrait, and then I'm like working on getting the text that's going to fill the box. But it's a mini stage process that I'm slowly doing while I'm talking, and I think I'm getting tired and my efficiency is going way down, but I am laying the foundation for it. You know, when it's set to 0, we also need to make sure that it dumps the profile. So when it says set target false, let's see, where is the portrait? So if show equals false, current frame will be set to 0, and that will be I guess I'll do the same thing here. Let's merge these two things. Crab Game is like Squid Game made by a streamer YouTuber, which has FTP and F2P and multiplayer, except you talked about, but yeah, could have been a different game. It might have been. I just don't remember what the name of it was. It's just like, I'm sure not a lot of people heard of it. It's just a YouTube video I saw one time, and guy just basically running down the just itemized list of expenses and stuff that he went through to put out the game, and it was really inexpensive, but it was just like a good learning thing for him, you know. That when it came out, you think it was kind of destined to die eventually because it was piggybacking off the hype of Squid Games at the time, and it was a bit of a meme game. Maybe people still play it though. I haven't checked it out in a while, but I would be surprised if they are. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's going to be like if your game is fun, there's going to be like a core consistent player base probably, but you're not going to, if you get like super hyped and like get a lot of attention, I imagine it will die down. Like right now, Marvel Rivals has all the hype, right? Everyone's loving it, but it's going to wear off and people are going to move on, but there will still be like a core that's like down bad for it for a long time. Even the big ass games lose their hype power. Which honestly is good, because like what they're trying to do is they're trying to stop making consoles, and they just want to like make people don't want to make multiple games anymore. They're starting to think about, they want to make one big game that everyone just plays forever. You know, like your Destiny 2s or your Call of Duties or just shit like that, like World of Warcraft. Bigger companies, that's what they're trying to do, is get people obsessed with one game that they play forever. And then they just keep like doing updates on that one game. And there's, I think, less, like it's up to the indie dev at this point, I think, to keep like story games going and stuff like that. I mean, I don't know. Story games can be very lucrative as well. If it's like a strong enough story, then you get like movie spin-offs and all that crap. But that takes like a lot of talent and a lot of love. And considering a lot of these like FPS shooters that are supposed to be like coming in and just rocking the service world and just, you know, they think they're, you know, I don't know, I'm talking like Concord and all these games that like think they're going to be big, but no one cares about them because they're just out of touch. It's just like, there's no way they would have come up with a good story anyways. So they're trying to create, they can't even come up with like just a fun gameplay or like good character design, whatever. It's just kind of funny. Season 2 of Squid Games is coming out next year, so crab games might pick up again. That's funny. Hey man, if it knows how to piggyback off of shit, then that's its thing. You don't know why people still play World of Warcraft? I stopped playing like literally like 15 years ago, but I still like to see clips of it. I like to watch people play it occasionally. Like I liked listening to the music to it. But recently when Classic came out, when it was like re-released and people were playing Classic again, I tried playing it with my buddies, like our old crew. We got together and played it again, but we joined a server as Alliance, and it was like people were hand over fist. It was like 20-1 Horde to Alliance, and it was a PvP server. So everywhere you would go, you would be like outnumbered by like 20 Horde. So it was just like a complete nightmare to play and wasn't fun at all because it just wasn't balanced. I was like, why did we choose Alliance? And we should have gone the other way, but then it wouldn't have been fun all over again because then it would just be like 20 people versus one Alliance. So we picked a bad server. And after you kind of put some time into your characters and the server isn't changing, it isn't balancing, you're just like, all right, fuck this. So like, I couldn't get back into it myself. I tried. And I don't think I would ever play hardcore. Most AAA games are just shit now and leave me disappointed. Majority of my favorite games in the past 5 years have been indie games. Actually, that's exactly the same for me. Like Wizard of Legend was a big thing for me, and literally everything I've played has just been smaller. I like more pixel art games. I've mostly been playing like pixel arts games, and when I watch like Twitch streams, it tends to be retro streamers playing pixel art games. But I occasionally will watch like World of Warcraft stuff, or the I really enjoyed playing through Sekiro. That was a great game. I haven't played Wukong. I don't have much time to play a game right now. I still got to make my way through Blasphemous, which is just like good research for excellent pixel art. So if I'm going to play a game, it's going to be that. But I have wanted to play this other game called Tiny Barbarian. The pixel art in that game looks pretty cool too. Been meaning to pick that one up. But it's all just because I'm like, I just want to see the art and enjoy the game. Like, I just like little games. I don't have time for a big ass like Elden Ring or something like that. Just no time. You want to make a game? I'm like working like 12 plus hours a day, man. And I'm barely making progress. It's like I got no time. I wish I had the time. Most 3A games are like so out of touch. I don't know. I haven't played a 3A game in ages. I haven't either. I actually recently picked up the Avengers game for PS4 because it was like super cheap. Because I heard they closed the servers down and I never picked it up before. And I just like thought, all right, I'll just pick it up because I just want to play as like Iron Man or something every now and then. And I haven't even like played it yet, but it was like super cheap because no one plays it anymore because the servers are dead. And I'm like, another example of like a server getting like killing it. But like, I figure the game will be like fun to just kind of noodle around with. Which it makes me like think, oh, I should probably play Marvel Rivals, but then I'm like, nah, if I do, I'll get like super hooked into it. I gotta spend my time wisely. But Rivals does look pretty good. You're currently playing through Subnautica, nice. You recently finished Rogue Legacy 2 and the art in that is really great. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like all I have time to do is like watch other people play games while I'm working. Like, so I can kind of like take on like get like a nice education in like old school, like pixel art or like the newer stuff that's coming out. I guess there's like a new Power Rangers game that's coming out that Macaw is going to be playing soon, which I'm pretty sure is going to be a pixel art game. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they put that together. I've never been like a huge Power Rangers fan, but I'm always for like a nice pixel art game. Like a lot of the contemporary pixel art games that come out are pretty kick-ass. The art is great, so it's like it's worth like noting like when stuff comes out. I guess there's like a new Indiana Jones game that came out that he's gonna play soon. Like I just kind of rely on him for like my general education stuff for like old school retro games and like other retro gamers that are like part of that community and stuff. Tends to be my bag. Like quite recently, everyone was playing UFO 50, that game that was like 50 games in one game, and they're all like little pixel art games. That game had excellent pixel art and a lot of compelling like mini games. It was crazy. That one certainly kind of piqued my interest. I am floundering, guys. I think I need to eat and kick back before I can actually step in and finish this for real. Let's see, where are the errors? This is, it's me tossing in a key. Did I put in a key? On the detail, there is the key, and that is a string. That should work though. Did I not add that in? That's the key. What am I missing? Key, renderer. It's optional. Did I change? Oh yeah, I didn't add in interface, : : Now you're happy. Just trying to like repurpose code I already made for the tooltip. That basically is doing the same, similar thing. Here's the text. So maybe I can squeeze out like a quick thing here. And then we do a query text. So that's the rank, so I'm not gonna do that. The color is there. Setting this based on the text width. And this is with the has icon. It's adding height. Well, I'm not going to be doing that. We'll leave that in though, just for the conditions. And then Side. So we say the title. I guess title would always be seen. You're just more passionate in indie games and older games. Mainly indie games. You're currently playing Subnautica. See, the thing is they want a live service so they can juice it for ages, but not all games are WoW or GTA 5. Yeah, I mean, that's the dream, right? They want something that's like continuously making money, and it's just all about it, like funnels down to just getting more and more money. And I think, I don't know, for me, I'm just like want to be old fashioned about it. Like, I want to create a game. I want it to be complete and released, and you pay money up front for it, and then it's your game, and it's like, that's it. There's no like DLC. I'm not like selling you like a quarter of the game and then you have to like then pay for like another full game price for like the rest of the game. Like, no, like I just want you to come in, pay the price that is on the sticker, and then bam, you got the entire story, the entire game. There's no like microtransactions, there's no advertisements, there's no trying to like get you into battle passes or all this crap. It's just like, here's the experience. Hopefully it's like a long enough experience and it's fulfilling. And of course, if there's bugs and stuff, I'll try to like, I'm going to for 100% be in there fixing them. But like short of that, the game will be like complete when it's out, you know? That's kind of like the basis of like how I'm doing things. I just want there to be good integrity, and I'm not like super greedy about it. Like I would like to make a livable wage, and that's about my goal. And even if I do become like really successful with a game, I do intend to continue working on games. So that's the mission. I don't want no George R.R. Tolkien. The George Martin or George Game of Thrones author. I don't want to like start something and then become uber successful and then never finish it. You know, I'll try to like make stuff scope wise that is like, that it works, you know? Be true to my audience. You were thinking that a few days back, like what happened to games you play and get the game? I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm coming back to that for like what I'm going to be doing. No balance patches, no nerfs, no buffs, blah, blah, blah. For me, that'll happen during like playtesting, you know, like I'll get people playing the game, and then as I like am playing, like I will be doing stuff to tweak the game to try to make it more fun and make sense. But hopefully all of that will be like, that'll be like the early playtesting stuff where you're going to see like nerfing and balancing changes. But then once the game is like officially released, that's going to be like it. The only thing I would do after that is if I would like add stuff to it maybe, but mostly just maintain it so that it's functional. It's all greed and no passion, and the big companies now, I'm sure it's no fault on the devs though. It's the stakeholders above them. Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. Like I made Flash games for 10 years, and during that time, there were certainly many games that I wish I had like a little more time from the client to like do justice to the projects. But sometimes you're just like, you got to do all of this, but there's only a short period of time because they don't care that much about it. They only care this much about it. And like, even if you care like 100% for it, you can't take it all the way because you're like only going to work for whatever they're budgeted for, right? And because at one hand, you want to do justice by the content, but at the same time, you want to make sure and save your client money and not like overspend the budget. So you're trying to be like responsible to the client. And so like, at least there's like, there's joy in that. But it'd be nice to, it's going to be nice to do my own thing. And I am taking a long time to do this because I want it to be a quality thing. And I don't know, I hope it sets up a good foundation and a good trust with people that I, like when I do a project, I put my whole heart into it, you know? What's up, Mitsuru? Most iconic moments in gaming are from bugs and broken stuff. That's why I'm like, my procedural coding isn't necessarily the most perfect coding, but like, I think it might create weird scenarios that like might actually end up being fun. I think ultimately though, like my games will be hopefully stable. All right, I'm trying to ham fist my way through this, get this thing up and running so I can at least show the title. I haven't done anything to place it though. Oh, I'm probably too tired to finish this right now. This is just like a bunch of reconciliation. Like I gotta like place the text and put it all in the right location and make sure it all like updates correctly and stuff like that. So I have to do this when I'm fresh. I think I'm burnt for the day. I need to sleep and eat and chill. It's like not hard what I need to do. It's just, I have to like be more Commander Keen. I got to be more on top of it. But I did a lot of shit. We refined the mini map. We got the portraits to show. For instance, I had 544 insertions of lines of code. Over 500 lines of code added, and then 264 deletions. 12 files changed. That's a lot of shit. Albeit some of it was pasting over code from like other sections, but like I certainly added some fresh code for sure. But I'm starting to wind down here, guys. Really been enjoying this conversation though. It's cool to think like big picture, you know, just step back from sometimes. Like a lot of times when you're developing, you're just head down, focused on like the very next detail, you know, but like, it's good to kind of sit back and think about how other companies got their start and like where things are going and all this. If you ever get far in gaming, I'll add broken stuff just as Easter eggs. Yeah, I need to add like Easter eggs and stuff to the game for sure. It's 1 a.m. here in Australia, and I'm also feeling pretty done for the day and ready for bed, I think. See you later, guys. Illegal, thank you for hanging, man. It's good to see you. Yeah, like I think I'm going to start looking for someone to raid. I think it's that time where we chill and we move on with our lives. I'm going to start looking for someone to raid and see if we can't send this party to someplace fun. It was good seeing you, Venom Weed. Very good to see you, sir. All right, well, I've found someone who isn't doing game dev, but he's an old friend of mine, and he is playing Marvel Rivals. Since we've been talking about Marvel Rivals all effing day, and it's so hyped right now, we should go raid someone playing Marvel Rivals. And this is my buddy who usually plays Dead by Daylight, so his viewership is a little bit lower than he usually is, because he's like usually super into that. It'd be like fun to do it. You usually lurk, but multiplayer got me hooked. It's all good, man. I'm going to send you to someplace fun. And let's see. I do want to say to YouTube, I'm going to shut you down first. I'm going to say goodbye to you. We're going to do our wrap up on Twitch. But to YouTube, thank you for watching and goodbye. I'll catch you on Wednesday.